And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again in somewhat of a dark setting. Or I think I forgot to switch on the light. I'll do that in a moment. So the session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that we do, that thing. So that thing that we do round about this time being done exactly right now. If you are available, then spend however long you can with the session. It promises never to be a dull moment. It promises not to be a single dull moment throughout however long the session lasts. I can only really say that because it has never been in all the months that we have been doing this. Expect explosive, high-functioning debates around the Nigerian paradigm. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior,
holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 MBAKA, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 MBAKA, our Savior, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving fast, yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 MBAKA, it's another Savior. Another Savior,
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, rising up now. Oh, and it's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Yabika Kokwanam no. Hey, Anamakele Mazuche Mefo.
Pardon me, that caught me off guard somewhat. So there it is right there, the Holy Holy song. Holy Holy, the farmyard singers from the eastern parts of Nigeria. Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Justin, I am Peter Obe's running mate. Who is the person speaking? No other, his director of operations, the director, whatever it is, the person essentially coordinating his campaign. But who is that person? Doyin Okupe. So this is where we've landed after all of that. So that's the headline that seems to be dominating. We try to move away from the Peter Obi space, but we never seem to succeed. It's just one cock-handed public outing after another faux pas. So this is definitely a faux pas. There's no equivocation on this being a faux pas. This is a misstep. There's no denying that. They are trying to, you are already hearing the counterweight of Doyin Okupe just being there as a placeholder. I hope somebody informed him that he's a placeholder because he thinks it's a running mate. But there it is right there, and this is where it has landed. I am Peter Obi's running mate, his director of operations, Doyin Okupe. So there it is right there. So a decision made by Peter Obi at least, even though you might well fault that decision. But what is happening within the APC is the question. Tinubu confirms submitting running mates to INEC, withholds name. So very interesting strategy really from the Jagaban of GBT. Anything fraudulent, of course, the name Tinubu always at the forefront. Even to nominate a running mate has to be a fraudulent act. There has to be 419 in that as well. What is more 419 than this? Tinubu confirms submitting running mates name to INEC, withholds name. So Tinubu confirms submitting running mates to INEC, withholds name. So what that quite means is it's just some convoluted nonsense, isn't it? So what's the campaign poster going to be? Some silhouette of a shape of a figure next to Tinubu and say vote for Jagaban and this question mark, because you have to put a question mark around the to superimpose on the silhouette of this unknown running mate. Vote for me to be president and my running mate, and when I become president, I will reveal who it is to you. Only somebody of the criminal astuteness of Tinubu, of course. Tinubu confirms submitting running mates to INEC, withholds name. So that has to be a world first. A world first. I am not in any political party. Peter Obi is my friend. Not even 24 hours, but the beating, of course, has brought the pastor, who erstwhile people knew before, now down to his knees. Father MBAKA apologizes after backlash over unguarded utterances. So he's apologized once before for these statements, and he said he did that under duress and withdrew it. So he's apologizing again, somewhat off the back of backlash, which is to say this second apology now also being done under duress. So this you can disregard because he's told us what his thinking really is. So if you force an apology out of him and you make threats to force him to make that apology, if he makes it, then we certainly know that he does not mean it, because he's tried to withdraw this statement before and came back to double down on it, which is to tell us that that is really where he stands mentally. But the beating is too much. I am not in any political party. Peter Obi is my friend. Father MBAKA apologizes after backlash over unguarded utterances. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. You can take that however you like. I'm taking it with a pinch of salt. Justin Peter Obi picks Doyin Okupe as Labour's vice presidential candidate for 2023. So of course, this dominates all the news headlines. So this also still in play. I think they may well be saying that the hyperlink is missing. So thank you, Alexander. I'll just pop that in the comment section. Oh, no, that's not what I intended. So yeah, let's copy that. and pop that across. So yeah, back to the headline. So where were we? So yes, Peter Obi, of course, beating Doyin Okupe. So this is fait accompli, essentially. If this is his running mate, which is of course the name that he has submitted to INEC, which means it is his running mate, and I am giving no traction to anything about it being a placeholder. He had sufficient enough time. The names are locked in, and I'm not aware that INEC facilitates for substitution. We're 8 months from the election, so the posters that you'll be seeing now, and I'm sure they've already released the online versions, will be Doyin Okupe, and will be Peter Obi and Doyin Okupe for your president. And that is, of course, the campaign that they will present in Yobe, Kebbi, Zamfara, and the rest of them. So Peter Obi for president, and there it is, categorical. And anybody saying to the contrary is just a jealous ethnic hater. From that to this, Buhari government incurred 2 trillion naira debt in 3 months, hit 41 trillion in total. Nigerian agency DMO. So there it is right there. We did say, of course, that they are going to be borrowing heavily and looting at unprecedented rates over the next few months. Over the next few months, they'll be announcing fantastical projects, which we know, of course, there's only 3 months left for their administration. They'll be initiating so many ludicrous projects, allocating just eye-popping, ungodly amounts of money to those projects and looting it. And they'll be going to China to sell as much as the country as they can to the Chinese to get that money so that they can just destroy the country before they leave. And don't take my word for it, take these words for it. Buhari government incurred 2 trillion debt in 3 months, hit 4 trillion in total. This is just 10 times the totality of from 1999 to 2015. 10 times the totality of all of that is what Buhari has incurred, maybe even 100. Nigeria has never carried this much debt ever in its history. And what will the incoming work with is really a question, that we have to ponder. So there it is, and there it is. Buhari government incurred 2 trillion naira debt in 3 months, hit 41 trillion naira in total. Nigerian agency DMO. So if somebody can do the calculations to convert that to dollars, it gives us a better feel of what this means. So we were discussing this story just in an earlier session, and we were applauding this guy, but alas, it looks as though he has caved in under threat of to his life and dollars, because the Fulanis, they operate a very simple system. If they want something from you, they offer you 2 hands. This is what they do. The Fulanis, if they want something from you, they offer you 2 hands. In the one hand is a pile of dollars that will change your life for generations, which they of course stole in from the Niger Delta oil wealth. And then in the other hand, rather, it's a cachet of bullets. So you pick one, pick the dollars or pick the bullet, but either way you will yield. So it looks as though this guy has yielded to the dollar. INEC drops MACHINA, recognizes AHMAD LAWAN as APC senatorial candidate. So there it is right there. Even Ajale Koko was telling us in an earlier session that this MACHINA, so fervent was he to hold on to his ticket that he won fair and square, that the youth in that senatorial district had gone marching to the emir of that space to insist that this is the man they want. So they can want all you like, but what you get is what you get. And it looks as though AHMAD LAWAN, having failed in the presidential space, now wrestles this senatorial ticket from this unfortunate. Don't call him an unfortunate. I think the 10 to $50 million that was parked into his account in Dubai, that would insulate any tears or any woes that he may have. INEC drops MACHINA, recognizes AHMAD LAWAN as APC senatorial candidate. So the other space that we're looking at for is the Kebbi State governorship candidate, which should not be Abubakar Malami, but almost certainly will be Abubakar Malami. So that's the menu, rich and diverse. So lean back, kick back, relax into it, take it easy. The usual protocol, make sure you have clicked on the like button. We need you to be doing that. And if you're not already subscribed, make sure that is done as well. If you want to come and join me on the screen to discuss any of these talking points, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on the like button as a matter of must. You should be doing that just as soon as you're logging in, so you don't feel put upon anytime I'm calling on people to click on it. And you should already be subscribed. So having done both, then at your discretion, click on the hyperlink if you want to come and take on any of these talking points. As you set about the clickings though, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. Your calabash to the ready as we join the guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. The K guys, Iku Koniru Agbeche may death have nothing to do with us. Pardon me, Iku Koniru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Justin, Peter Obi's running mate, just in, I am Peter Obi's running mate, says Okupe. So there it is right there. And this seems to be where it has landed. Pardon me, Dr. Doyin Okupe, the former special assistant on media and publicity to ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo, on Friday said he was the running mate of the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Okupe disclosed this on Friday when he appeared on Channels Television's program Politics Today. He claimed that his name has been submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission by the party. I am standing in as the presidential candidate of the party. Labour Party has submitted my name as the VP of the party. Correspondents report that the former Anambra State governor received the certificate of return last Friday following his emergence as the flag bearer of the party in the 2023 presidential election. He emerged at Labour Party's convention and presidential primary held in Asaba, Delta State, on May the 30th, 2022. Earlier at the convention, Professor Pat Utomi stepped down for Obi. Utomi announced that Obi is a younger aspirant with the capacity to effect the needed change in the Nigerian system. Also, another aspirant, 45-year-old Joseph Afaduri, stepped down for the former governor. Obi, who was a presidential aspirant of the People's Democratic Party, resigned from the PDP and also withdrew from the presidential race on the platform of the party on May the 25th. He announced his resignation in a letter titled Resignation from the PDP and withdrawal from the presidential contest, addressed to the PDP national chairman, dated May the 24th. Obi, in the letter, attributed the decision to recent developments within the PDP. Obi, who was a former governor of Anambra State, was also the party's running mate to PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar in the 2015 presidential election. Until his resignation, he was one of the 15 aspirants vying for the presidential ticket of the PDP before his defection. So there it is right there. But it is quite pertinent to note because they are trying to spin this somewhat as a placeholder slotting. So they've slotted him in essentially as a placeholder, is what they seem to be saying. And Doyin Okupe's word may well lend credence to that. But how much credence are we giving to this? So this is what Okupe said. Okupe said, I am standing in as the vice presidential candidate of the party. So that is different from I am the vice presidential candidate of the party. No, I am standing in. So maybe that is just for reasons of fulfilling documentation. But as it stands now, by all our understanding, Okupe, what's it called? Okupe Peter Obi ticket is what we're looking at. So what we're looking at in the Labour Party, we know. But what we are looking at in the APC, still shrouded in mystery. Tinubu confirms submitting running mate to INEC with Holt's name. Bola Tinubu has confirmed filing his vice presidential candidate with the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, but did not immediately disclose the individual. Mr. Tinubu, in a statement on Friday evening, said he had met all requirements to enter the crucial 2023 elections. As stipulated by the electoral law and the Independent National Electoral Commission guidelines and timetable, the standard bearer of the All Progressives Congress, H.E. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned his duly completed nomination forms to INEC. Mr. Tinubu's media aide, Tunde Rahman, said in a statement, the forms were returned on Wednesday, June the 15th, 2 days ahead of schedule. We wish to reiterate that HE, so His Excellency that is, Asiwaju Tinubu, now stands ready to contest the February 25th, 2023 presidential election to deliver progressive good governance to our people, Mr. Rahman said. Mr. Tinubu's failure to disclose his running mate comes amidst report he had settled on a Muslim from northern Nigeria, a decision that could upset the country's Christian population. Mr. Tinubu's main challenger, Atiku Abubakar, publicly unveiled his running mate, Ifeanyi Okowa, on Thursday afternoon at the main opposition People's Democratic Party headquarters in Abuja. So as ever, anything and everything to do with Tinubu always shrouded in mystery and so just fraudulent sort of undertones. So from that to this, I am not in any political party. Peter Obi is my friend. Father MBAKA apologizes after backlash over unguarded utterances. The spiritual director, pardon me. The spiritual director, Adoration Ministry Enugu, Nigeria, Amen, Reverend Father Ejike MBAKA, has tendered a public apology to the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, and all his supporters over his harsh remarks against Obi. Correspondent had reported that Father MBAKA, during his midweek prayers, declared that Obi, who he described as a stingy man, could not be a Nigerian president. It had also been reported that following the utterances of the controversial Catholic priest, his supporters and Catholic Diocese of Enugu State disowned him, describing his political utterances as divisive and unbecoming of a priest. The church noted that his utterances breached Canon 220 of the 1983 Code of Canon Law, which prohibits anyone from illegitimately harming the good name of a person. MBAKA, in his apology letter titled Reverend Father Ejike MBAKA blesses His Excellency Peter Obi and his supporters, also said, if in any way the supporters of Mr. Obi feel offended by my, so if they feel offended that you are calling their principal a fraudster and a chancer and he will fail in life. So if they feel offended, I'm sure they are not offended by that. It said, if in any way the supporters of Mr. Obi feel offended by my utterances or however I was misunderstood by them, I ask for their understanding and forgiveness. The statement, which correspondence obtained on Friday, was personally signed by Reverend Father Mbaka Ejike Camulus Anthony. He, however, prayed for Peter Obi that God will grant his will, asking God to allow for an emergence of a president that will deliver Nigeria from the trouble of bad leadership. The apology letter reads, my dear people of God, I am grateful to God for his unquantifiable and favorable blessings, miracles, love, and life for the Adoration Ministry Enugu, Nigeria. I assure the people of God and Nigerians that I am praying for good governance and good leadership in this country, and that God should give us leaders after his own heart. As it stands right now, it is obvious that Nigeria is passing through indescribable insecurity challenges, an inestimable unemployment crisis, massive corruption, heinous crimes, and unbearable suffering engendered by bad leadership. I bear with my fellow countrymen and women in whatever we are passing through in this trying time. I call on the adorers and the entire people of God to join hands in praying that God will deliver us from the plans of the devil and its wicked agents. I am a servant of God, and my intention is not to malign His Excellency Peter Obi's image. His intention. How can you say that? This is just rank hypocrisy. How can you say it is not your intention to malign his name when you doubled down on pronouncements that is a stingy man who will never succeed in his pursuits because he has not come to give you money, which you also said, but it's not your intention to malign. It's just unbelievable sometimes. I am a servant of God, and my intention is not to malign His Excellency Peter Obi's image, but to pray for him. This is what he's saying. May God's will be done in his life. I pray to God, whom I serve, to give our blessed people good and excellent leaders who will take care of them and lead them to the promised land. Anyone who God wishes to make our leader is my choice. In this vein, I give my blessing to His Excellency Peter Obi and his supporters. I also give my blessings to the other candidates and their supporters whose intention I beg your pardon. In this vein, I give my blessings to His Excellency Peter Obi and his supporters. I also give my blessings to the other candidates and their supporters whose intention is also to give Nigeria good leaders. In any way, the supporters of Mr. Peter Obi feel offended by my utterances or however I was misunderstood by them, I ask for their understanding and forgiveness. As a servant of the Most High God, I pray that it shall be well with my people. I am an ardent supporter of good governance, justice, equity, love, and godliness. At this time, our people are passing through the valleys of shadows of death. I pray for peace, love, and anything that will bring blessings and favor to our people and to our suffering, teeming youth. I will always stand with you in all your ordeals. So on and on it goes. I won't labor you with the entirety of it, but essentially, he's been beaten down and it's been beaten out of him. So let's take the Peter Obi Doyin Okupe from another angle. So this is essentially another news outlets take on that space because it's so significant a moment. Peter Obi picked Doyin Okupe as Labour's vice presidential candidate for 2023. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, has picked Doyin Okupe as his running mate. Mr. Okupe told correspondents on Friday evening that Obi picked him because he found him worthy to serve. Yes, I am the vice presidential candidate of our party because I was found worthy to serve by the candidate and the party to serve. Yes, I am the vice presidential candidate of our party because I was found worthy by the candidate and the party to serve. He told correspondent uh, by telephone on Friday evening. So there it is right there. So that was the first breaking of that story. And I think more details have emerged since. So there it is, your vice president, Arise, VP Doyin Okupe. So from that to this, Buhari government incurred 2 trillion naira debt in 3 months, hits 41 trillion in total. Nigerian agency DMO. Amidst the grueling economic challenges facing the country, the Mohamed Buhari-led government between January and March 2022 incurred 2 trillion naira in public debt, bringing total debt to record 41 trillion, according to a release by the Debt Management Office. According to the DMO, a government agency, in December 2021, the country's debt stood at 39.556 trillion. But within 3 months of 2022, the country had an additional 2.048 trillion to the debt. So it added, I should say. Meanwhile, the country in the first quarter of 2020 alone, has spent an average of 9.94 billion in debt servicing. A report by a civic group, Data Feed, noted. Every day of the last 3 months, Nigeria has spent an average of 9.94 billion naira daily on debt servicing. Combined, the cost of debt servicing in Q1 2022 alone is 895 billion naira, which is already 32% of the total debt servicing figure for 2021. So there it is right there. My goodness me. As contained in the DMO report, between January and March 2022, Nigeria spent 668.6 billion naira on servicing domestic debt. The domestic loan service was broken down as 188.3 billion in January, 103.8 billion in February, and 376.4 billion in March. The Q1 2022 debt servicing bill is 215% higher than the figures for Q4. My God. It's scary. But what is the output? What does that debt? What does it give the Nigerian? What justifies it? How is it quantified in terms of how it's impacting for the better the Nigerian person? What road, what hospital, what airport, what facility, what anything? Because they're saying the debt servicing for the quarter, so that's December, November, October. So from October to December, that's a quarter. That's the last quarter of 2021. And then from January to March, that's the first quarter of 2022. But what they are saying to you now, that the money that they're using to service debt in the first quarter of 2022, so that's from January, February, March, is 215% higher than the money that they used to service debt in October, November, December last year. This is what it says. Don't take my word for it. The Q1 2022 debt servicing bill is 215% higher than the figures for Q4 2021. And don't take anybody's word as anything. That this is not politics. This is coming from the Debt Management Office, which is a government agency. This is just raw data being presented. So this is not from the PDP. This is not from Labour Party. This is not from one man went to mow. This is from a government agency. The Q1 2022, it bears repeating. The Q1 2022 debt servicing bill is 215% higher than the figure for quarter four 2021, the report noted. So there it is. Meanwhile, the country had spent 548.7 point eight, so 548.8 million dollars on external loan servicing. The figure for the first quarter of 2022 my God, my God, my God. Listen to this. Let me give you the full readout of the figure. Well, you will say, my God, too, when you hear this. Meanwhile, the country had spent 500 and 548,789,178.51 on external loan servicing. The figure for the first quarter of 2022 is, and this is where I said, my God, the figure for the first quarter of 2022 is 1,900 times higher than that of the last quarter of 2021. And there it is. So they want to loot everything. It's just, you know, when you see when they capture a gazelle and they're just ripping it apart, they're just tearing the place up. The figure for the first quarter of 2022 is, let me give you the whole paragraph again because I am stuck here somewhat because my mind somewhat scrambled. Meanwhile, the country had spent 548,789,178.51 on external loan servicing. The figure for the first quarter of 2022 is 1,900 times higher than that of the last quarter of 2021. This astronomical increase of foreign debt service figures in quarter one 2022 is the highest in at least each quarter of the last 12 years, the analyst stated. In Q1 2022 alone, 895 billion naira had been spent on debt servicing, an amount exceeding the 2022 budget of each state in Nigeria except Lagos. And that's on debt servicing, for just the for in the last sorry, you have to follow through with this because we have to understand what is being said. In Q1 2022, so Q1 really means from January, February, and March. That's Q1. So the first quarter of 2021. In Q1 2021, 895 billion naira had been spent. So that is not on infrastructure. That's nearly $1 trillion. So which is nearly, that's almost in excess of $1 billion. It should be in excess of $1 billion. So in Q1 2022 alone, 895 billion naira had been spent on debt servicing. So that's on debt servicing. So just debt servicing, essentially paying interest on the debt till its maturity. An amount exceeding the 2022 budget of each state in Nigeria except Lagos. So the budget for all of the states, with the exception of Lagos, for the whole year for 2022, more than that has been spent by the federal space or just on debt servicing in just the first quarter of the year. This is BUHARI's Nigeria. In Q1 2022 alone, 895 billion had been spent on debt servicing, an amount exceeding the 2022 budget of each state in Nigeria except Lagos. The total allocation to the health sector in the 2022 budget is 724 billion naira, 23.6% lesser than the bill for servicing Nigeria's debt in Q1 2022. The debt servicing bill for the last quarter is 93.6% of the total allocation to the education sector in the 2022 budget, which is blah blah blah. In fact, the debt so it just goes on and on. So there it is. I won't depress you anymore, but you get the drift. And if you don't get the drift, well, there it is. So this is now the last readout. INEC drops MACHINA, recognizes Ahmed Lawan as APC presidential candidate. So as I said, guns and roses, or guns or roses, not guns in this instance, not Guns and Roses or the rock band, but Guns and Roses, or Guns or Roses, the Fulani brand. Senate President Ahmed Lawan has been recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as the candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress. Let me start that again because I'm rushing through it. Let me have a sip of water first. Senate President Ahmed Lawan has been recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as the candidate of the All. Let me start that again for a third time. Senate President Ahmed Lawan has been recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as the candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC) for YOBE North Senatorial District. It was gathered that the ruling party uploaded the Senate President's name on the server of the electoral body alongside its senatorial candidates across the country. Correspondents report that there have been moves by Lawan and the APC leadership to transfer the senatorial ticket secured by Bashir Machina to the Senate President. This is following Lawan's loss of the APC presidential ticket to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the party's primary. Bashir Machina, who contested the primary in the senatorial district and won, has been contesting the party's plot to steal his mandate. Speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today on Wednesday, Machina claimed that Lawan never planned to return to the upper legislative chambers. Whilst insisting that he won't give his ticket to Lawan, he said the Yobe senator would have not contested for the presidency if he wanted to be in the Senate. Machina said, "No, I won't step down because Ahmed Lawan did not contest for the Senate. Of course, it is known that, it is a known fact that Ahmed Lawan contested for the president and lost. And when I contested for the Senate, Lawan did not participate in the primaries or did not contest for Senate. So I don't think that may be in any way an issue." So there it is, whether it's an issue or not. So they've just bypassed him, it seems, and just submitted Ahmed Lawan's name. So there it is, politics Nigeria style. So there it is, and here it is. So those are the talking points, and now to the talking heads. So Baba Akure, I see you. Babati, I see you. Charles, I see you. Soli, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Enigmatic, I see you. And Engineer, I see you. And Kenny, I see you. Good to have you all, gentlemen. So, I mean, just sorry. No. Kenny, please keep yourself muted. Otherwise, if everybody had their mic on, then all the background sounds will.
One man, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
You know what you read right now just made me weak. I don't even know how to start to even contribute to the show today. It was just overwhelming.
You made the Ahmed Lawan space.
No, the debt servicing thing, the debt.
Oh no. That's ungodly. Somebody should be short for that. I mean, Kilo Day now.
That's why we need to
900% in 3 months. 3 months. Papa.
We cannot afford to vote for anybody at this time with those kind of numbers that you just read out. I mean, at this point, we should just collapse the Senate House.
It's too much.
One house, no Senate. Save money by just all this. You have to cut things out. That is crazy. With inflation, oh man.
The mortgage, you see, whoever comes in has to go and look for new money because they have to look for debt forgiveness because the country cannot carry that debt. You know, countries have gone bankrupt before. If they don't
Right.
forgive that debt, Nigeria will bankrupt within 2 years.
We start selling our airport,
Yeah, why am I-
our seaport will probably will be owned by China very soon. The airport will be owned by China, like they do in Zimbabwe and all those countries, or Zambia.
Yes, and Zambia.
Yeah, it's mad. It's crazy.
It is scary, but thank you for that. Let's kick it off then with Solly, who wants to go first. So Solly, good to have you with your. Are you trying to? What's the purpose of this? What's it called? Is it headscarf or what is the? Is it
It's a do rag.
a do rag?
It's a do-rag.
I know it's a do rag. I was just but is that to make your hair curl or what? What is it? What's the
Wait,
purpose
though.
of it?
Solly Oluti is
What is
wearing an ear chain. Oh, he's wearing earring.
Yeah.
Look at that. I hope you are not turning to. What is going on? I hope
What
you are
is
not.
going?
No, I've always had the earring.
Eh?
I've always had the earring.
Are you
I've,
wearing lipstick, Sorry. Are you
no,
wearing? Are you
no,
sure? Because your
no,
lips look glossy to me.
no, no.
Settle down. What are they turning you into in Amsterdam?
No, I didn't even get my earring in Amsterdam. I got it in Cyprus.
Look at this
You know.
man. My goodness me. So there it is.
Is it now slowly, baby?
Look at that, Bobrisky. Look at that. Don't turn it to Bobrisky, please. But mommy will not be happy. Mommy will not be
it's not
happy.
like that. It's
Is
not like
mommy aware that? Have mommy seen this?
Yes, yes, yeah. They don't care. They don't
Alright.
care. Me, I own my own businesses, so you know.
You own your own business.
Yeah, I don't need to dress for anyone.
Oh,
But
all right.
anyway,
All right. So to the politics of it, then Doyin Okupe emerges as Peter Obi's running mate. Of all of the things you could have thought of, you could never have thought of that. What are you making of that, Solly?
well, some people on Twitter are saying that it's just something temporary, just to
Yeah.
fill it, just for INEC.
Right.
So I don't really want to talk about it much until they have a serious candidate.
What do you mean? They've submitted the names to INEC, so this is the name they have in play
Is, it,
at the
is this the
moment.
final name? Can the name still be changed?
I'm not sure if it can or not, but this is the name that they are campaigning with, and Doyin Okupe is in celebratory mode. So I'm not
Yes,
sure.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
It can. If you by the provision of the new electoral law, there is a guidance for that. Even when you see what
to
the same,
substitute.
the same thing Tinubu has just done now. Tinubu has somebody in a proxy holding quote unquote that position until they decide who is going to be the substantive running mate. So it's just another strategy to fill people's pulse and come back with what eventually they want to do.
So that's why I don't want to really take all
Well,
this.
no, I'm not sure because they've not said it's a placeholder, but I'm not sure what the Northerners will be making of this. Doyin Okupe, Tinubu, Christian ticket.
The thing about the Northerners is most of these Northerners, what they've been saying is that it belongs to this, the South. Surprisingly, I don't see them pushing that it must be a Northerner. They accept that it can be a Southerner. I haven't seen any pushback from it. But
What do you mean they accept that can be? It's not
I
the
haven't.
tradition
Okay,
in Nigeria that.
the aggression in which they used to push and support Buhari no matter what. When it comes to things of the South and the North, they always have this kind of aggression and pushback.
Yeah, they are not aggressive because the
Solid,
the Peter Obi.
there's a reason for that.
Hold on, please. Let's only have a bit of. Let him have a good run at it first. Sorry. They are not aggressive about it because they don't essentially see Peter Obi as anything that they should sleep over.
No. See, well, me, I believe that Peter Obi can still take Atiku. You guys just see Atiku as, you still see his old glory. It's just the same way people don't understand the chess game or are being surprised by Tinubu's, very slick moves. It's because you people have your own view. Peter Obi can still, PDP is gone. In my own point of view, PDP is gone. I don't see Atiku winning. I don't see Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a threat. Because if he mistakenly get the love of the northern people, what is Atiku? Now it's going to be Peter Obi against Tinubu. Peter Obi has experience. Peter Obi knows these northerners too.
Where
Northerners.
will that mistake come from? Mistakenly,
No,
that you
there's still
mentioned.
a long time. There's still a lot. How many months till the final voting date? Every day counts, and everybody is working. This is their job. The same way you go to work every day too. These people are going to work every day too, playing this game. So
Not this kind of game, brother.
okay, yeah, but that's why Tinubu is beating you, right? Beating
All right. I mean, it surprises me somewhat because if he is a placeholder, which is what they are trying to spin it as, then they need not have announced him at all. They should have because Tinubu has not announced, has he? So, and I want your commentaries on that as
I think
well.
Tinubu has announced.
Who did they
Yes.
announce? Who did they announce?
Yes.
A certain Masari from Katsina State,
Yes.
not the governor, not the governor, but another Masari now. He's a Tinubu's boy.
So
The one that had links to terrorists, that one.
You see what?
oh,
There was the one that has a link to terrorists. There's a matter that had a link to terrorists, right?
No.
That one you're talking about.
No, not
Okay.
this one was a during Oshomole's reign as APC's chairman. He was one of those guys that worked for Tinubu in the National Working Committee.
so that's why I don't consider all these things serious. I don't really want to talk about it until they make their final decisions.
All right. So what would you like to talk about? Because it's a political talking platform. So if you don't
No,
want to
no,
talk
no.
about that,
What I mean is, I just don't want to say too much about it.
all right. Okay. What about Father MBAKA's apology to Peter Obi? Do you think it's heartfelt?
When things like that happen in Nigeria, it just confuses me. Why did he? Who asked him? Is from your who asked him? I feel like Nigerians, once they find a politician that is not too aggressive with them, they take all the anger that they've had before, plus the anger from another politician, and just start spraying it on the easiest person that will not fight back against them. Which makes it worse for the people. Because that politician will now start getting more aggressive so that you will stop acting like this. What was the point? Who asked him? Now he's apologizing. It doesn't even make him look like it doesn't make him look mentally stable. And this is someone that people are following. So it's very scary what is going on. People need mental reorientation in that country. I've been saying it since the same way Buhari introduced Saturday sanitization, or is he? I can't remember what they call it. We need mandatory, psychological evaluation every month in that country.
All right. Thank you, Solly. Solly, let me go from you to Charles.
No,
Charles,
we've not finished all the topic.
you're sounding. I think you're high. This is what I think.
No, I just
all
woke
right.
up.
Let me go to Charles. Because
And
these
it's
are
on
serious
that
matters.
thing I wanted to really speak on. It's on
Okay,
that
speak on it, but please be a bit more. Not because you think high to me also, but I carry on.
No, I
Yeah.
just woke up.
Yeah.
That debt thing, who is responsible for it in the first place? Who asked for it? Because we can say it's Buhari's regime, but it's other people that are doing it. And we have to look at some of these loans. It may not all be false, because some of these loans are what they call predatory loans. Any small mistake, they are going to add percentage. Any small mistake, they are going to. And if you say that you are looking for somebody to forgive these loans, I think it's going to be hard at this point, because how many loans have they forgiven at this point? So it's the fault of the people that are in charge of getting this loan. They already have plans for it. Even if the country crumbles, they don't care.
So the
And
fault of which people? Which
I don't
people is
know
it?
who is responsible for taking these loans. Who is going to have finance being brought out from these loans? I don't think it's Buhari that applied for this loan. Who
No,
applied?
Buhari gets the sign off. It's Buhari's
Yes.
administration. What are you absolving him of?
No. But
That he doesn't know.
not that he doesn't. Of course, he will get his share, but he's not the only one responsible. That's what I'm saying.
What are
He's
you
not the
talking
one that
about?
he's not the one that I don't know who. That's why I asked who is responsible for bringing out this loan. Who is responsible for applying it? Who is responsible? Who handled this whole loan situation? Whose account is it going to? Who is distributing the money?
All
Where
right.
was it applied from, and what were the terms of the loan? That's what I'm asking,
All right.
because it's not really that clear.
All right. Well, whatever it is, whoever applied for it, and whatever all of these things that you've just said, the fact is the loan is saddled on the Nigerian state and is the highest. It's 3 times the totality of Nigeria's debt from 2015, 1999 till date, and the servicing of the debts is 215 times more than the first quarter, more than the last quarter of last year, the first quarter of this year. So whichever agencies or whichever ministries or whichever personalities apply for these loans under the Nigerian space, the value of that loan is not manifesting as a positive impact on the Nigerian person. But as soon as they walk away in 8 months' time, it is you with your businesses that you're talking about, and me with my whatever, that are going to carry the burden of that debt. So that is really where it is.
Yes, but if the Nigerian
And in addition to that, one man,
Yeah, go on.
in addition to what you said, Buhari is the one that applied for that loan. He took it through the Congress for approval for specific project for the country. So he applied for it. He sent the request for approval to the National Assembly, and it was approved for him to use, for the federal government of Nigeria to use it for specific project, developmental project. So Buhari is the one that should be wholly responsible for it. He particularly, although he have a Minister of Finance that work with him on this kind of financial stuff, but the buck stop on his table, he should be held responsible for everything.
Okay, but is he the one that distributed the fund? Is he responsible?
all right.
Is he responsible for distributing the funds?
Oh, all right. Round up your thoughts on that space. I want to hold on. Let me just move on
to the country.
All right. So carry on with your narrative, Solly, so I can go to Charles.
My main point is that if you all the time just want to jam pack responsibility and blame one person, you will never solve the problem. If you can't pinpoint every single person responsible from the moment it was applied to the moment that it reached its final stage, you're not going to solve your problem. You're just going to keep on finding one person to blame and everybody will move on as usual.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Solly. So let me go on from you, Solly, to Charles. Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. Sorry. I'm hearing myself back.
What's the problem? Can you hear me very well now?
Yeah, I can hear you. If you are listening, then you are hearing me also.
I'm hearing you very well.
Yes. But
There's an echo.
Can you use an headphone or something?
I think maybe you're using two devices.
So let me try again. So all right, speak now. Then we take it from there. Say something.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, that's better. No, that's better. So good to have you, Charles. So let me start you off then, Charles, from the Peter Obi space, which a turn up for the books. This even if they are saying Peter Doyin Okupe is a placeholder, as they are now using that language to color this space. Is it the app space holder? I mean, what are you first making of Doyin Okupe as Peter Obi's running mate?
Well, as it is now, because I don't think in future he will use him as a running mate, maybe because of the pressure that the INEC is mounting, that every of them must submit their running mate. Maybe he used him for now just to fill that gap, maybe along the line, because the man, he didn't say, because I listened to one of his interviews, he didn't say he is the running mate. He said he is taking the position now, something like that. But I don't think he will be there. Maybe along the line, they will, since they have an opportunity to replace him, I think they will do that.
All right. Is that then a lack of preparedness on the part of the Labour Party? Because it seems to be like one mistake after the other from that space. Are we categorizing this as a mistake?
I don't think, because even I think Tinubu did the same thing. I think he did the same thing. So they want to be careful. As it is now, I don't think P2B will use. We all know what is happening in Nigeria when it comes to religion. Christian, Southern, this, that. I think for now, he's trying to be careful so that, like, I think Tinubu is using the same method, because most Christians in the northern part of Nigeria, they're kicking against Muslim ticket. So they are trying to be careful so that they won't make mistake in future. I think they're using that. It's not a lack of it's never in any way unpreparedness.
All right, Charles, let's listen to Doyin Okupe in his own words to actually see what we're contending with. So if we hear in his own words, then maybe we'll get a better understanding of let's hear him.
You are the Director General of the Peter Obi campaign organization, and you're presently trying to sell the candidature of Peter Obi. But were you able to make the deadline? Were you able to beat it and submit a vice presidential candidate's name?
Yes, Shim, thank you very much. We naturally will comply with the electoral body, and in doing so, we believe that choosing the vice presidential candidate is part of the electoral process. And you will understand that Mr. Peter Obi came into the Labour Party on the 29th of May, which is just about, in fact, it's exactly 3 weeks ago. Therefore, and our idea and our reasoning is to bring together in this country for the first time the largest political coalition possible, because we are facing two political giants, APC, PDP, and we are serious about upstaging them, and we will. But to do that, we cannot do it alone. We need to be able to put together this coalition and and the so-called third force is now alive and it is forming, and it is important for us to ensure that all the stakeholders are carried along from the beginning to the end. We do not want a situation where an action is taken and then people feel that, okay, well, you have cooked this soup, you have finished it, what is that? What is the need for us? So because of this, I, Dr. Doyin Okupe, is standing in as the vice presidential candidate for the Labour Party.
Just there, another breaking news that may be coming in. Dr. Doyin Okupe's name has been submitted as the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Is that confirmed? Is that what has been submitted to INEC? It looks so much that there is a lot of quiet about it. Why is it looking like a kind of a secret?
There's no secret here. We're talking to so many groups, so many youth groups, so many political formations. We're talking to PRP, we're talking to NNPP, we're talking to SDP. We are talking to every possible major political outfit outside APC and PDP. Therefore, so we're not hiding anything. But we cannot.
So in essence, so clarify to us, Dr. Okupe. You said you are standing in as the vice presidential candidate. Does that mean your name might be substituted sometimes in the future, or are you the substantive? Because using the word "standing in" doesn't quite fit well into the shape of someone who will, from the beginning to the end, be the running mate to a Peter Obi.
Well, I'm not sure whether you can hear me. Okay, good. Now, that's what I said, that the choosing of the vice president, of the vice presidential candidate, is a process, is an electoral process. All right, and it does not, it does not stop until the process and the schedule ends. The INEC allows you to present a candidate,
some kind of communication.
and if you want later on, if you want to substitute, you may substitute if necessary. But if it is not necessary, you may as well continue. So the present situation is that we believe that this Labour Party government that is coming is really essentially going to be about young Nigerians. Those of us who have been part and parcel of our sordid past, we must be prepared to pay the sacrifice, even the personal sacrifice, of allowing a situation where we can lift up our youth to position of power and authority. Well, practically, you can look at me. I have a large frame, but I have a very, very broad back, and I'm willing to put down my back so that young people can stand on my back and come to the top. And no sacrifice is too big to achieve this. We will continue to work. We will continue to pursue this project until we are able to hand over Nigeria, reset the country, and hand over Nigeria to the rightful owners of the country, the workers in this country, the youths of this country, who are.
Dr. Okupe, let's get to my initial question. Yeah, I get that. Dr. Okupe, let's get to what I asked earlier, and it's about what we need to know as far as the decision of your party and your candidate is concerned. Is it certain, is it given that you, Dr. Okupe, is a vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, and that is going to be what we will see to the end?
Correct. I am, as of today, as I'm speaking with you, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Fact.
So that is as clear as mud, which is to say not clear at all. There's some sort of clever language in play. Oh, sorry, let me shut it down from here. I beg your pardon, let me just... Yeah, so there's some sort of clever language in play there. So I am the vice presidential candidate as of now. The party and the future belongs to the young, and I'm willing to make any sacrifices to put my back down for the betterment of the country. Convoluted, confusing, but unravel that for us, Charles.
Yeah, as you can see, the man is very, very clever in making his statement. At the beginning, he said that Shehu is trying to put words in his mouth, but he is very, very clever because he knows that as it is, because there's nothing he can answer him now. He said, for now, no, which means it can change tomorrow. So he is very smart. He don't want it. Tomorrow you came to him and say, but you said from the beginning that you are the VP of social person. What happened now? Has anything changed? So in future, if such question came up again, he'll be able to defend himself. I think that is what he is trying to do. For now, he is the VP to P2B, which tomorrow it can be changed.
Are you understanding of this, Charles, that maybe they are using him as a placeholder so that negotiation, that is to fulfill their obligations in terms of INEC's policies and procedures. So, but yes, there's that loophole for substitution. So essentially, he's a placeholder whilst negotiations are still ongoing to identify who will bring something tangible to Peter Obi's campaign to propel it even further. So that seems to be the undertone of what he's saying. But Shehu tried to push him hard to say, are you the substantive vice presidential candidate? And he answered, as of now, yes. So that is somewhat ambiguous, and it leaves a loophole for him to exit. So are you seeing then the exiting of him? And should that happen fairly quickly as well? So that, because
Yeah,
we only have 8 months left.
yes. Imagine someone say for now. If he had said, look, I am the VP to P2B, and without trying to be smart, I wouldn't have argued on this. But he said for now. When you say for now, that means you are not sure of tomorrow. You are not sure of next minute, next second, next hour. Because when you say for now it means as we are seeing now, I am, but it can change. So he's trying to be smart. Despite Shemu is trying to push him hard, but he is a smart guy, so that he will not make mistake tomorrow. Because they're still negotiating.
Charles, it looks as though the APC and Labour Party, they are somewhat playing the same game, essentially buying time. This is where what it is really, is it buying time. So they've put a placeholder to buy time. So is this altogether more clever politics than the PDP, who always seems to move first to give the opposition parties? So I'm no longer saying opposition party, but opposition parties, because we have to add Labour Party now as somewhat of a potency. So are they moving too quickly to give the opposition space, the heads up on where they are going, so that they can counterweight them? Did the PDP move too quickly to announce Okowa, or at APC and the Labour Party being a bit sluggish at dithering in identifying, out of all of the talents in Nigeria, they cannot even identify one person. So which is the cleverer politics, PDP or APC and Labour Party, Charles?
You see, as it is in Nigeria today, PDP is gone. As far as I'm concerned, PDP is gone. You see, APC.
No,
APC,
why do you say that? So, sorry, back that statement up. Why are they gone?
You see, looking at what is happening in Nigeria, Labour Party, is to me, it's a movement that everybody, because of what is happening in Nigeria, people want changes. And PDP has been in power for many years. Before the same thing that happens in 2000, that is happening in Nigeria, and happens before 2015. And because of that, the APC took advantage of the situation, and with all manner of propaganda, and pushed them out. And I know that APC is clever enough. They are clever enough. They don't want such a thing to happen to them now, because a lot has happened. So they try to be careful, so that, because if they make mistake, the same thing will repeat itself again. And the PDP, despite before, the whole south and southeast is PDP state, but as it is today, PDP know that they have lost southeast. Even if they will get vote there, it will not be as it used to be. Even in south, it will not be as it is.
But Charles, I think really it is the political space that has gained a new entry. Because the South. Okay, I guess what you said, because I was going to say APC also loses the southeast, but they've never had the southeast. So really, PDP are the biggest losers, is what you're saying.
Yes, APC never had southeast.
Yeah,
they never had southeast. But what I'm saying here, you see, what is playing out here between APC and the Labour Party. See, APC, they know that if they came out clear and say Muslim ticket, people will kick against it very, very much. There will be a lot of contention. There will be a lot of problems. They're trying to be clever about it. The same thing, Labour. Labour is a new party coming up. So they wouldn't want to, offend any section of any part of the country. So they are trying to be careful in making their selections. They will continue trying to meet with other different parties to see if they can, come up together as a force. They're still dialoguing with some of them. So they don't. As it is now, they don't want to pick and say this is the person that is going to that they will use as their VP. I think as it is today, it's not a problem. They are just trying to be careful. They are just trying to be clever. They don't want to make mistake. They don't want to offend any section or any part of the country. I think that is what they are trying to do, because you see this election, whether people like it or not, Tinubu is a heavyweight. We all know.
So you see the election essentially as Tinubu versus as APC versus Labour Party. You've discounted.
I am telling you that is what is going to play out in this election.
Play it out all the way as you see it. Play it to the end. So how does it play to the end? Give us a permutation of how you see it.
You see, in this election, Tinubu is a heavyweight, whether people like it or not. I know a lot of people is against him. But it's a heavyweight. The whole South, he will get the whole Southwest. He will win the whole Southwest. In the northern part of Nigeria, the APC will do everything to make sure that they win many distinct region in the northern part of Nigeria, because they want to retain power. Atiku, I know he will try to make sure that he win his region, which is North Central. But he will not. He will not go far. What about his Okowa? This guy, Wike is making. Wike is just making noise. Wike is not the mind of people. People have suffered a lot. A lot has happened in Nigeria. And people don't want during the PDP government, the same thing happened.
Sorry. By the way, Atiku is northeast, not north central. But carry on. Northeast.
Northeast. I mean northeast.
Yeah,
Kwankwaso is north central. Yeah, I think Atiku is northeast. So people don't want to suffer what the same thing they are suffering now. That happened during PDP regime. There was a lot of corruption. There was a lot of loopholes. It's true that the killings and the suffering of people.
Okay, so Charles, let me take you to where you are going to, and then give me a categorical. So you are saying essentially Tinubu likely to hold on to the Southwest, the Southeast, of course, to go with their son. So the North then. So how does that play out? How does the North play out, Charles?
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say now. That is why in the picking of VP. None of them has come clear to say this is my VP. They're trying to so that they won't mess themselves up, because the choice of VP as it is now, we determine where they are going. The choice of VP now, we determine where they are going, because if Tinubu come out and choose Muslim ticket and as a choice, people will come out clear and kick against it. The same thing to P2B. All of them. That is the reason why, because of northern Nigeria, they are trying to make sure that they pick someone who has influence in the north, who will come out and speak, and people will listen. Who can go in the midst of his people and let them know the agenda, the vision, and make it well known to them, so and so that they will understand it. So that I think this is why they have not come out clear, because of the North. So as it is now, I think I'm waiting to see, because I can't say much about it. Why are they not coming out clear? PDP has come out clear. They are still trying to be, smart over it. So I don't think I'm going to talk much about it. Let's wait and see where they are going.
All right. But finally, who do you see sitting on the seat in 2023? Who sits on the seat in Aso Rock in 2023?
Well, I know Nigeria, there's a lot of corruption. If Nigeria will be allowed, if
No,
the government,
forget if they were allowed now. The reality of it, sit somebody on that seat.
well, as it is now, I can't predict because I can't. Because I know things can turn around tomorrow. I can't predict.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Stay with us. So, Charles, let me pass the question round and let me take it to Enigmatic Hundu. Just because he has a unique and peculiar way of looking at Nigerian politics. But does this catch you off guard, Enigmatic? These are placeholder essentially that both the Labour Party and APC have used to fulfill the righteousness of INEC. How does this play? How much time does this buy them? Because INEC will soon kick off campaigning. Officially campaigning will start soon, and everybody to produce their campaign materials, etc. So, but what are you reading of this? What are you making of this? Because it caught me off guard. But how are you digesting it? This move by Labour and APC, Enigmatic.
Okay. I say hi to everyone. So, first of all, am I surprised? I'm not surprised. I know, I was saying it that Tinubu, especially Tinubu now, is always like a mile ahead of every game. He reads the momentum and he knows what to do next, and that's why they are always having this kind of confusion how to nail him down. But one thing I actually like that is happening now is Labour Party is learning quick and fast from the political intelligence of APC. The game APC is playing, it's like Labour Party is taking the games to them. PDP, the guy said PDP is dead. No, PDP is still alive. But they are alive, they are suffocating, and they are barely living. That's their situation now. So whatever APC is doing now by holding forth with a running mate and then Labour Party is a Machiavellian political move by both parties. I like that move from Peter Obi.
Is it clever thinking or really just a matter of necessity? Is it on preparedness really that we're trying to rebrand as clever? Are they just prepared? Yeah.
It's clever, it's intelligent, it's smart. I don't want to say more about APC because I've always said this political season is going to be different from what we had in 2015 and 2019 because of the Labour Party trajectory. What I think they are trying to do is they are trying to leverage on this momentum. They are trying to find a way, and I hope it works out. They are trying to find a way to have this.
Sorry, Enigmatic, but is it not just as simple as they've not been able to convince Kwakwanso, and now they are now desperately scrambling? Is this not what it really is? Kwakwanso told them to get lost, and they are now scrambling.
You are actually clairvoyant with your question. That's where I'm actually going.
All right, sorry.
I know they are trying to find. They are finding that way. That they are finding that link to Kwakwanso, and I hope they find it. Right. That is why you see all this pause and all this game from Labour Party, and I appreciate what they are doing. They are not rushing to make a pronouncement about their vice presidential running mate, which is good because if they get the game straight, Peter Obi and Kwakwanso, okay, Kwakwanso, I go for the vice president, Peter Obi, you go for the president. Bro, this is going to be a Super Bowl event in Nigeria politics.
Enigmatic, if they don't get either Kwakwanso or Shekarau, is that the game over? Shall we then just ring the bell and announced the exit of the Labour Party.
The game. I'm not trying to be conclusive, but I am telling you, the game is over. APC will produce the next president. But if quote unquote Labour Party, if they are able to get Kwakwanso and what's the other guy's name? The one you just mentioned now. That other Kano guy, that strong man, the Kwakwanso guy. If they are able to get the two of them to their fold, of course, it will be a very big
Shekarau.
Yeah, Shekarau, yes, sir. It's going to be a very big battle, but APC will still find a way to win. Why is it going to be a different battle for APC? Because, good, PDP now, Okowa's choice is a miscalculated, error from.
Just call it stupid. Is it stupid? Is it a
very,
stupid
very,
choice?
very, yes, very, very stupid.
Yes.
I never thought Atiku made that kind of a blunder.
His ego got ahead of him.
I think he wants somebody. Atiku has a personality too, right?
Yes,
I think he wants
somebody that
he wants somebody he can control. And if you look at Delta State politics, where you've gone to choose Okowa from, Delta State is imploding now. Delta State PDP is basically imploding. So you have problem with Southeast. PDP, Southeast, they've given their votes. They've slaved for PDP for 23 years counting. You guys stab them in the back. They have a son who is very who is very politically buoyant now, and they see Peter Obi as their flag bearer in the Southeast. What you are supposed to do to counter that is two things. I don't care what politics you are thinking of, Wike's politics. Wike will turn the table around. Wike will turn the table around for you, because when you look at the numbers coming from Wike, and if Wike had been the running mate to Atiku, Wike will know how to work closely with other governors in the South. So now you are having situation where you have to divide South votes with Labour Party, knowing fully well that Southeast votes basically almost 90%, and all Igbos in Nigeria, wherever they are voting.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Come in, Ajande Koko.
Okay, sir.
Enigmatic.
Sir.
You see, Okowa is bringing a lot of area of experiences into the table. Number one, he was a local government chairman. He was Secretary of State. He was commissioner in that state. He was Senator of Federal Republic of Nigeria and a governor. You see, he's bringing experiences of local government, how local government is governed.
That is the CV of the Nigerian politician. But what
do you want me to continue? Do you want me to continue?
What's your question, one man?
No,
let me respond to.
Sorry, enigmatic. Okay. Go on, sorry. Let me not. Go on.
Let me respond to you, Ajane.
No, let me finish.
Okay.
So let me tell you this. They set up a committee that consists of leadership of the party that agreed on Okowa. They must have said something.
No. On the contrary.
They agreed on Wike, but
they agreed on Wike.
He made an executive decision article.
They agreed on Wike, but at the end of the day, right, the presidential candidate has a choice of first refusal to say who he wants. At the end of the day, he makes the final call. So he chose Okowa. Wike was the chosen person within PDP's hierarchy, but Okowa is Atiku's choice by way of his understanding or by way he wants to play his politics. So what I'm trying to say now is, good, you just reeled out Okowa's CV on the paper, but as I'm telling you right now, in Delta State, are you aware of the fact that Ovie Omagege, the current Deputy Senate President, came out from Ibori's political school, and Ibori is working hand in hand, toe to toe now with Omagege to cause an upset for PDP in Delta State, because even Okowa played some games, right? He took out Ibori almost completely now, politically in Delta State. Delta State is split in the middle. Delta State PDP is split in the middle. If Omagege can play a very good tactical game with Ibori, of course, Delta State may still come out with PDP, but it will be a very challenging victory for them. So as it is now, Wike controls 100% of the structure in Rivers State. If you are not looking for Wike, Udom Emmanuel is there. Udom Emmanuel has done a good job.
Sorry, enigmatic. Wike also has a deeper reach within. He has more name recognition in Nigeria than Okowa. Everybody knows Wike.
The only problem they have with Wike, which I know that he doesn't want a similar personality like him. He wants a vice president that will not. They believe Wike is boisterous, is aggressive, and he plays his politics differently. But I said something the other day. Do you want to win an election, or you want to pander to public opinion? You have to choose. Atiku has chosen, and I can tell you, right? He has shot himself in the foot. Forget Southeast. Let's talk about this now. Forget Southeast for Atiku. Forget Southeast for Atiku. He's not getting anything from Southwest, right?
What about South? He's forgotten.
No.
Sorry, enigmatic. The counter argument to your position is that Atiku has forgotten Southeast, and he will take what he can from the Southwest, but he wants to take the South-South. That is why he has gone for Okowa. What about that as an argument?
Okay, when you look at the politics of South too now, right? You have some states in South that are being controlled by APC governor, though it doesn't mean they will win. The APC will win in those states, like all those Ayade, Akpabio. No, they are they are lightweights when it comes. Their state is predominantly PDP, but compare the numbers that Atiku would have garnered in a stabilized South. Now South is divided. Wike, until if they have a way to persuade him to let him, because Wike it's not gonna be a problem to Atiku, but it's not gonna stick his neck out for Atiku like he used to do for APC for PDP. He feels disappointed. He feels cheated now, and when you look at Cross River State, Ayade is still the governor. That will play a little bit, even if they are supposed to have 100% of PDP votes for Atiku. Ayade's camp will take almost 30% of that. That's the number right there, and every number counts for Atiku. If they
forget about Ayade, Ayade doesn't have stand in that state anymore. Do you know that he was defeated at the primary? Yeah, he doesn't have. Look,
I understand your point, but what I'm saying, I'm talking about the numbers now. Where you are supposed to have 10, if you have 8, if you take 2 out of that 8, that is a number that you need. Probably that will count for you maybe when you get to North Central, when you are trying to cushion the effect for your victory. Because that North Central alone, you have the national chairman of APC from North Central. You have Yaya Bello in Kogi State. You have Kwara State in North Central, right? And you have few of the North Central states. It will be a battleground between APC and PDP, where you are supposed to have cushion. There are issues over there, and you went ahead to pick an Ayade. Even if you really hate Wike, go for Udom Emmanuel. Udom Emmanuel could have, at least they will say, because Okowa has a problem. He played some games. Wike already had problem with him. People already have problem with him. You saw what Edwin Clark wrote today about Okowa. You saw what people wrote about Okowa in Delta State today. So Okowa has a baggage already going forward. So that is about Delta State. That is about Okowa, right? Then in the politics of holding forth for who is going to be the vice presidential candidate of Obi has done the most intelligent thing. He has made the most intelligent move. by the provision.
But you're saying intelligence, but I'm still of the thought that it's doctrine of necessity. They've not
Well,
concluded there. It
but,
wasn't okay. Well,
but
I
you
suppose
know,
it's intelligence.
doctrine of necessity, right, precedes some emergency decision, which actually brings some intelligent decisions eventually. So you have to make some tough decisions. The tough decision he has made now is that he has not gone ahead to rush his decision because he is still looking at the possibility, if it is possible, to have Kwakwanso and Shekarau in his fold. If Kwakwanso and Shekarau comes to the fold, it's like you are having N'Golo Kante and then Benzema in a team. So they will turn the table around for you. You may not win the election, but nobody will take you on serious again. By 2027, next election, nobody will come to Southeast and be looking for who do they have a son? Do they have a credible candidate? Because you would have taken everybody, you would have shook the ground like, okay, now they know Southeast has Peter Obi going forward. So he has not done anything wrong. From what I see, from the new electoral law, right? His action is not repugnant to the provisions of the law. They have 30 days to make changes, to make amendment to that. So if I were in his shoes, I would make the same call.
Pause your thought for a moment, Enigmatic, because I want to put a permutation still within this conversation that you are holding. But I want to put a permutation to Ajanle Koko to see what, because I think essentially now the play, my thought is that the play for these two placeholders, both by the APC and Labour Party, the play is essentially Kwakwanso. So Peter Obi is negotiating hard for Kwakwanso. But I suspect that Tinubu may be negotiating equally as hard for Kwakwanso, because Tinubu knows that if he gets Kwakwanso on board, he immediately that ends the Peter Obi narrative right there, and that also gives at least a knockdown, if not a knockout blow, to the PDP. So I think the negotiations that Labour Party is having with Kwakwanso is what has paused the APC from declaring a vice presidential person. So if Labour Party succeeds in getting Kwakwanso, then necessarily APC has to go with Ganduje to counterweight as much Kano State. But Tinubu, of course, still in conversation equally with Kwakwanso, not to be his vice president, of course, because he's not an APC man, but to declare his support for his candidature, to break the back of Peter Obi once and for all, and give a near-mortal blow to Atiku Abubakar. So what are you making then of that as a thought, Ajanle Koko?
Woman, you see let me come back, woman.
Sorry, are you ready? Okay, let me put that thought to Black League. Black League, hopefully you heard my description. So do you want to reflect on that? Is this a total nonsense, or is there some sense to it, Black League?
One man, can you please repeat the question?
Oh God, who heard me?
No, just a quick.
No, I free flowed it, so I might not be able to free flow it.
I heard you.
But what I was yes, let Enigmatic take it on there. So Enigmatic, what are you making of what I just said? Yeah.
Okay, maybe Black League will be able to go after me. So what you say, there are some areas I don't want to go for some classified reasons. There are some confidential moves now from Tinubu's camp and from northern oligarchs. When I say oligarchs, I'm talking about
the real power brokers.
The real power brokers, yes. And that's why you see what they did today by having somebody, a proxy, to hold that place for that running mate, because they see that Kwakwanso is like the missing decimal now within that fold, and they are finding a way to have an understanding with him. Let me put it that way, quote and unquote. And the way it is, they say it is the highest bidder, not in terms of financial or monetary values now, right? The highest bidder in terms of conditions, structure, and everything. And Kwakwanso being a very good, politician, he will weigh the options and he will see where, the pendulum could actually tilt. And that's why you will notice Obi has been quiet for like 2 days. He's making a very powerful move too. Very, very powerful one. And I respect, there are some classified things that he has done lately, and you will see is the progression of his politics within the last 2 weeks has been very, very, impressive. If he can carry on like this, of course, I will still say it. This is not his cycle, right? But if he can break into the north, eventually, it will be a very big liberation to south generally, and especially to southeast. But there's a very big game playing on. Tinubu and some northern elders, they are working on a very big magic because they are already seeing, the big challenge they have from PDP is waning very fast, and Atiku's movement, Atiku's choices is giving them that confidence. So they do not want any mistake, or they do not want any type of sudden situation that will happen.
Kwakwanso is the final piece in the puzzle. Essentially, is what we're looking at. So if Kwakwanso declares for Tinubu, then Tinubu can ask his tailors to start measuring him up for a suit for swearing in. But what politics is Kwakwanso? Because there are two politics that Kwakwanso can play, enigmatic. He can either play the long game to sacrifice ambition for nation and go with the Peter Obi narrative, or he can play for his own relevance, which is a promise of portfolios and relevance in the Tinubu administration. Kwakwanso knows that the likelihood of the next government being Tinubu is more a reality than it being Peter Obi. So if he goes with Peter Obi will still lose, but it will send a signal to the political space, and Kwakwanso will be part of that signal. But if he goes with Tinubu will form a government where Kwakwanso will be a senior member of. So which flip of the coin? Because it's heads you win, tails you win for Kwakwanso.
Yeah, an average Nigerian politician, right, cares less a hoot about sending signal when it comes to political permutation. They are looking at their interest. Okay? So because for the fact that he wants to make what signal does he want to make than being, being with a team that could deliver, or it could give them a high stake demand, high stake conditions. But one thing that works for Tinubu, and that's why you see most people in the north, they gravitate towards him because they've seen him as somebody who can stay on his words. He promises you stuff, he will deliver, and they've seen the trajectory, they've seen that in the past. And then he did one thing by the virtue of what happened in the primaries. He single-handedly took on the whole presidency, the whole cabal, and even Buhari himself. He took them on. So when you have a commitment, when you have a deal with Tinubu, you are having a one-on-one deal with, for instance, somebody who's going to be the next president. Not that he will get there, then he will have to defer, or will have to be subservient to some cabal who will change the plans on him. So when Kwakwanso is thinking about that, he will say, this is Ashwaju I'm dealing with. I'm not dealing with, for instance, Buhari, who will have an agreement, and at the end of the day, maybe Mama Daura or part of those cabal will say, no, let's do it this way against the deal. So that is where the game is playing towards now.
Which way do you say Kwakwanso swinging?
I see Kwakwanso swinging to the part of the Tinubu part.
Can I come in for a minute?
Yes, come in.
Just to disagree with Enigma on the last part of what he said. I agree with most of what he said. I don't see Kwakwanso swinging towards Tinubu simply because the current governor of Kano State, Ganduje, belongs to a different political camp as Kwakwanso. And Ganduje has pitched his tent long before now for Tinubu. He's gone all out for Tinubu. I don't see Kwankwaso going for Tinubu. That means they would have to. One has to be the boss as far as Kano politics is concerned. So if Ganduje is with Tinubu, I don't see Kwankwaso going for Tinubu.
But Black League, do you know Kwakwanso, right, will not be dealing with Ganduje, and that's what Tinubu will be telling him. You are not dealing with Ganduje. You live, and everybody knows Ganduje and Kwakwanso, they are day and night. They don't see eye to eye.
Yeah, but at some point you have to share the reward, right? When sharing when sharing
this similar thing happened. This similar thing happened. If you look at, that's why I say Tinubu's politics is quite different. There was a time that Tinubu will never see eye like he would not see eye for an eye with Omishore, but Omishore is his eye now within APC National Working Committee. So there's a
I
way
understand that, Enigma. I understand that.
Hold on, Enigmatic.
And
Black League. So Kwakwanso is in play, and is in play only on two options: to go with Peter Obi or to go with Tinubu. So you are saying the internal politics of
Kano State. Yes, it's going to come to play.
Yeah, it's two daggers drawn, and everybody knows that it follows him to everywhere, Ganduje. So we know it's Tinubu's man. But I think Tinubu might be able to negotiate a balance somewhat in terms of portfolios and importance, because one of the gripes that Kwakwanso elucidated is that he's lost relevance, he's not consulted in decisions, and he's treated shabbily. So if you get, and that tells you then that a man that feels that his worth is not appreciated. So if Tinubu assures him of that worth, do you see him going with Peter Obi first of all? Do you see him running as vice president of Peter Obi, losing an election and then becoming a looter like Jowore?
No, I don't see him as being a vice president to Peter Obi, but an alliance is always possible. It's still fairly early in the game. And as for Tinubu picking a Muslim from the north, I believe he's just testing the waters to put in a proxy candidate to really just gauge the mood of the country, whether that is accepted. And Tinubu is not used to losing elections. He has never done that before. This is the first time he's stepping up, and this is the first time there's a chance he's going to lose. So he wants to go all in, and he's not willing to make any mistakes at this point. With Atiku going for Okowa, believe me, there's a uproar of celebrations in Tinubu's camp and the APC camp. Why? Because Okowa is not the strongest candidate. Okowa himself has said it. Okowa said he's not the most qualified, but Atiku picked him. So he's grateful to Atiku for that. And why did Atiku pick him? I agree with Enigmatic. Atiku wanted somebody a little less ambitious than Wike. Wike was the man. Wike got, if I'm not mistaken, 237 delegate votes in the primaries. Now that is national spread because he made successive political incursions in the north. He had a lot of support in the north. He has the name recognition over and above an Ifeanyi Okowa. And Atiku, let's track back because I'm a student of history. The only reason Ibori went to jail was his support for Atiku. Let nobody tell you anything different. It's not because he was the most corrupt governor. If you are going by corruption, then almost all the governors should have been in jail. The only reason Ibori went to jail was because of his support for Atiku. He was Atiku's man in and out. And Obasanjo didn't like that, especially leading up to 2003 elections. So it seems like sort of a betrayal.
Are you serious with what they caught with him in London? With
I'm
what
telling you,
in London, hold on. With what
all I'm saying,
in London,
I'm not saying he's not corrupt. I didn't say he wasn't corrupt. I didn't say he wasn't a thief, as we call it in layman's language.
Attempt
Ajale
Koko, just let me conclude.
Yeah, but what Black League is saying is that Ibori is all of them now, so there is nothing especially more corrupt.
There's nothing special Ibori has done that they have not done. They know themselves, is what I'm telling you, Ajale Koko. And I've studied Nigerian politics for a better part of my childhood and all of my adulthood. So I think I'm in the
Black League that you studied. You remember when you used to come here and beat chest that Tinubu will never get the ticket? and you
No,
had
no,
a
no, no,
layout
no,
and
no, 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 no. I never said that. You can play back the tapes. I never said Tinubu will never get. I specifically always emphasize that in politics you never say never. I said it repeatedly on your platform. I just said he's not favored because you saw the tussle that went on before Tinubu was able to, even days before the elections, they were speaking of a consensus candidate as high as the chairman of the party came to say there would be a consensus candidate from the north. So it was the last swing mainly by the northern governors that gave Tinubu that advantage. And his southern co-contestants decided to pitch tent with him. What Wike failed to get. The only reason Wike didn't clinch that ticket was he was betrayed by his southern brothers. The leading guy who betrayed him was Okoa. The likes of what's the Edo State governor's name? Obaseki. And in the southeast, the likes of Emeka Ihedioha, former deputy speaker. That's the only reason Atiku wasn't able to beat Atiku. So I know what I'm talking about, one man. When it comes to Nigerian politics in particular, I think I'm in a position to teach. And the rest that I cannot teach, only my contemporaries, then we can debate. But going to Tinubu's Muslim ticket, I don't think that's the political temperature right now in the country just does not call for same religion or same region ticket. But Tinubu might go for it. Why? Because he's looking to win. And he needs somebody from the Northwest. In terms of, well, we can say that the vice presidential slot is for sure going to the North, right? In terms of politics of the Northeast is the weakest group. And Atiku comes from there. The strongest is the Northwest. The Northwest, North Central, and the Northeast. That's the ranking of political relevance
who's there?
in the North.
Who's there in the Northwest? Who are the big names?
There's a plethora of names.
Just give us three. Give us three.
There's a Kwankwaso who is in a different party. There's an what's his name in Kaduna State? The short man in Kaduna. El Rufai. No, El Rufai. There's El Rufai in the Northwest. In the Northeast, there's the likes of Shetima, who has always been with Tinubu. You have in the North Central the likes of Governor Lalong, who is an Amechi man. They were both speakers of their state houses of assembly. But as far as I just wanted to speak on the same religion ticket, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I've never saw politics as something that has to play with religious sentiments or regional sentiments. But in politics, you have to understand the political temperature of the land. In Nigerian political equation right now, it is going to be hard to sell a Muslim ticket. Has it been done before? Yes. The most popular was MKO, picking Babagana Kingibe from the north. Muslim ticket. People forget Nnamdi Azikiwe, a Christian, picked Ishaya Audu, another Christian from the north. Christian ticket for Nnamdi Azikiwe in the Second Republic. No one batted an eye because you have to read the political equation at a particular time. That's what I'm speaking towards. Same with Obafemi Awolowo. Who remembers Obafemi Awolowo's vice? Philip Umadi, a fellow Southerner, a fellow Christian. People forget that. So Nnamdi Azikiwe picked a fellow Christian, Ishaya Audu. Obafemi Awolowo picked Philip Umadi, fellow Christian and fellow Southerner. MKO Abiola picked Babagana Kingibe, fellow Muslim, different regions. It's happened a lot of times in the country. So Tinubu might be able to get away with it, but I'm just speaking to the current political equation right now. And as for Atiku on the other side, I think he made a mistake by picking Okoa. But at the same time, I understand he was paying Okoa for a job well done. Okoa successfully betrayed Wike, his southern brother, for him to be able to emerge. He gave the delegate vote of Delta State to Atiku, and he was working for Atiku the whole time. And if you remember, the very first, leading up to this political season, the very first major meeting that was held by southern governors, who remembers the venue?
It was called Asaba Declaration. Asaba, capital of Delta State, home of Okowa. Okowa hosted all the governors to insist on a southern presidential candidate for the sake of fairness, because Buhari, Muslim northerner, has spent 8 years in power. It's only fair for a southerner to take it. So it's surprising that Okowa was able to betray his brother. And if he didn't lead that betrayal against Wike, trust me, Wike would have been the candidate. So it would have been both major parties presenting southern candidates. But yes, they just say that's politics. They don't call it betrayal anymore. They just say it's politics.
Sorry,
right?
Blackley, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh yeah. So how do they assuage Wike now going forward in the PDP? Because man and boy is been shafted in the back, both at the presidential space, and he took the same bags of money to the vice presidential slot. They still took the money and shafted him again. So now he's now a vexed man, just wallowing his sorrow into his glass of brandy. So when it sobers up, what do you expect Wike to do?
Well, he has two options. Stay as a faithful party man that he has always been. He has never decamped since 1998. Or move to the APC or pitch his tent to Kwankwaso, his very good friend. Let's not forget that. He has a plethora of options. I cannot say for sure what he would do as for now, but I know that he has never decamped from the PDP since 98 when he joined. And since he became chairman of a local government, out of all of them, only he has that credential. And he has said it on numerous occasions, win or lose, he will be with the PDP. But at the same time, there's been clear injustice against him. His brothers from the South betrayed him in broad daylight. And the chairman of the party also betrayed him, because when all the consultations were made, Wike's name was... Wike was said to have the presidential ticket in the bag already. But, I mean, things change overnight. And when Ayu was elected or selected as the PDP chairman, I came to your platform to say he is an Atiku man. He was a minister of the Obasanjo. What made them disagree with Obasanjo, and Obasanjo removed him as minister? His support for Atiku. So there's history. They have history. Together with Atiku. He has been an Atiku man. There's no way Atiku will come out contesting to be the candidate, and Iyorchia Ayu, the PDP chairman, would not support him. I just didn't see a way out for Wike. So maybe now that Wike has seen it clearly, he has been betrayed at the center, at the level of the national chairman, and his brothers in the South have betrayed him too. I really don't know what his move will be moving forward, but I don't know. I don't even think if I were Wike, I would leave the PDP, because the betrayal is just too much. But at the same time, it's on him to...
I don't see him leaving. It's probably
I personally don't see him leaving too.
Yeah.
I personally don't see him leaving. But I said if I were him, I would leave,
But
because he has had their back. He has had their back since '98. Even Atiku hasn't done that. The only one of the major reasons PDP lost elections was the likes of Atiku, who led Saraki, Kwankwaso, and the others to APC. They're the ones who helped APC defeat the PDP and took them out of power.
Right.
So he came back, and they still welcomed him with open arms and gave him back the ticket. So I think in terms of politics of the PDP, Wike should have a greater standing than Atiku any day, any time. And I did support the Southern candidate for both parties, just for fairness, and once again reading the political equation at this particular time. The South deserves it. Yes, the North, in terms of the PDP politics, have only had the Yaradua term. That's 2.5 years in power. The South has taken it all. But you have to look at Buhari from the other party. He was not president of APC. He was president of the country. So if a northern Muslim has been president of the country, it's only fair that a southerner takes it this time around for the next 8 years. And that has been my stand. So I was surprised at the level of betrayal that Wike got. And I commend Okowa for being truthful. He said it in plain terms that he was not...
Sorry, Black League. But what the PDP were saying in that space was that if Wike had gotten the ticket, then the party is certain to lose an election. And to be fair, anybody that is just dispassionately looking at it independently, there's only one person within the PDP that has even the remotest of chance at hustling at the presidential seat, and that is Atiku. That was their only really real potential. There's no Wike is not really at that level of politics, is he really?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is.
Wike
All the
is a national figure. Wike
He is. He is. He has a
He is
very
a
big chance.
national figure. You're looking at Wiki as the former minister of education. No, I'm looking at him as a two-time Rivers State governor. How did he win his election in Rivers with all the federal might Amechi brought to Rivers State? He beat Amechi hands down. He beat him at the game of politics, like hands down. Like it was a victory for Wiki. It was a seamless victory. For him to be able to achieve that in Rivers State, Rivers is is a state that's very politically complex. If he was able to achieve that, he was able to, even a lot of Amechi supporters decamped and supported Wike. And he showed it once again in their presidential primaries that just took place. He was able to garner almost 300 delegate votes, and it had a national spread. So for you to have a national spread with the delegates, it shows that Wike has really cut his teeth into national politics, and he's no longer a boy, he's a man in politics. Take it from
Black League,
So they
Black
love
League
him in
actually, for him to do that, for Wike to do that, actually, he needed Concourse. Concourse was the one that helped him get the northern delegates. Yeah, he had to use money to get them to vote for him, actually, because yes, he's known in the north, but he didn't have that.
My brother, who didn't use money? Which of them use grammar? They all use money, my brother.
I know.
Kwankwaso is not in the party now.
No, he's
Kwankwaso is not in PDP.
Yes.
How did they help him?
Kwankwaso is not in PDP, but Kwankwaso still has PDP supporters that are extremely loyal to him.
Exactly. And Kwankwaso and then Wike they have an understanding. That is why that happened. That's what I'm just saying.
Well,
yeah,
I think
but beyond Kano State, he still had political spread across the north central, northwest, and northeast. So beyond Kwankwaso's influence in Kano State, Wike still had delegate votes that spread all across the country. So
all right, thank you, Black League.
Within PDP.
All right, thank
you.
Yes,
it's a PDP election. Correct.
Yeah, two factors work against Wike. A politician will not empower his political enemy, particularly when it is clear a standing political foe. You don't empower him. Wike has distinguished himself as a political enemy to Atiku. In the last 2018, it was against Atiku candidacy. He sponsored his friend from Sokoto. It was with him.
Well, the one that stabbed him in the back.
Yeah, he sponsored him. He stood firm with him, and was very glaring anti-Atiku stance. And this time again, it came out strongly against Atiku. Dollar for dollar, everything. So if you are a tactical politician that want to remain relevant and want to keep your group within the party waxing stronger above other groups, you don't reward your political foe with a huge position like vice president. You don't do it. I mean, in politics, you don't do that.
No, but Ajani Koko, that is practice in politics. Wike had the right of first refusal for that VP slot.
I know. It's
usually offered to the second, to the runner-up of the elections, which is Wike. So that is political tradition worldwide.
What I'm saying that yes, Wike is a standing political foe to Atiku. So for Atiku to pick Vice, you will not expect him to speak.
No,
Yeah, and that's what I'm
hold
disagreeing
on,
with.
hold on,
There
hold on,
has to be
I
context.
disagree with you,
hold on.
Ajane Koko.
Too
That's
many
it. I
voices.
disagree completely
When
I
with you.
disagree with
say,
you.
all right, when I say hold on, then please hold on. There's just too many voices cascading over each other. But let Black League disagree with Ajane Koko, and then you have your interjection. Enigmatic. Ajale Koko gets the right to reply, and then I want to move the conversation on because so many people have not spoken. But you were disagreeing, Black League.
The sentiment in the South is they feel excluded from national politics. They're tired of playing the second fiddle to northern candidates. Now that we've had a northern man from Katsina State as a president for 8 years, it deserves the ticket deserves to go to a southerner. The most prominent voice in the South was Wike. In presidential primaries, it's all about contestation. It's a primary contestation. So of course, Wike will go all out to challenge a man like Atiku, who's coming to reinforce that stereotype that the South have, that the North always sees them as a second fiddle, right? So that's why Wike went all out against Atiku and campaigned heavily all across the country. That doesn't mean he was a political foe. He did the same in the last elections for Tambuwal when he believed Tambuwal was a better candidate than Atiku. So how come he wasn't considered a political foe? At that time, he went all out demarketing Atiku and favored his friend from Sokoto, Tambuwal. As soon as Tambuwal lost and Atiku won, what did he do? He took the campaign on his head and went all across the country, spent a lot of resources campaigning for Atiku. That is politics. That doesn't mean they're enemies. But when there's time for contestation, you don't play gentleman and be smiling. No. He knows that the South feels shortchanged, and he stood up for Southern Nigeria within the PDP. So now that he has lost, it was bent on Atiku to pick him as his vice. But again, Atiku does not want an ambitious politician. Obasanjo made that mistake by picking Atiku, an ambitious politician. Now, Atiku was never Obasanjo's choice. The only reason Obasanjo settled for Atiku was Atiku inherited the political, the whole political family of the late Yar'Adua, the former president's senior brother, not the president Yar'Adua, but yes. Atiku inherited all the political structures of Yar'Adua, and Yar'Adua was a close friend to Obasanjo. That's the only reason Obasanjo settled for Atiku. He knew that Atiku was a very, and still is a very ambitious politician. Atiku was defeated by MKO. He has been playing politics in the presidential race for about 30 years now. So Obasanjo knew better, but he had to pick Atiku because Obasanjo wanted to win. And Atiku did not want to make the same mistake. Why? Because Obasanjo had problems with Atiku later on. We all know that. Atiku wanted a politician that is not as ambitious. And that's why he opted for Okowa instead of Wike. Simple as that.
All right, brilliant. So let's hear from Enigmatic, who wants to agree with your disagreement with Ajale Koko's position. Enigmatic, you wanted to add?
Yes, I'm not really going to say much, but I would say he mentioned a very key part of what I was trying to say. Does Atiku actually want to win or not? So clearly, his choice shows he's not serious about winning. And I will make another assertion to what happened in the US in this current election, that in 2020, right? Kamala Harris was not in play. But when you look at the mood of the US politics then, and within the Black community and stuff like that, who is that person, or who was that person that has that charisma and that has that CV? It was Kamala Harris. You saw what Kamala Harris did to Biden during the primaries. The major foe that Biden had in the primary was Kamala Harris. He almost cost Biden the ticket. But eventually, when you wanted to win an election, or when you decide to win an election, you jettison all those all those, all those stuffs, and then you go for the winning team. You can go there and then find a way to get Wike out of play, or just ostracize him, or just get him somewhere. But you must win first. So he made a very big political blunder. That's it.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
well,
Go on, Ajay. Yeah.
yeah, you see, in a political party that is big as PDP, we have different caucuses, different groups within the party. So Wike obviously does not belong to the same caucus, the same group with Atiku. So Atiku now choosing Vice President Okowa is to tell you that Wike is not in this group, and Wike, for not winning convincingly from the South, is another deficit on his side. He did not win convincingly from the South. I'm talking about the delegate, the figures of the delegate, and those that won in the North. I am telling you, they'll be ready to go with Atiku anytime, any day in the general election. They're ready to work as hell for Atiku. So Wike has problem in the South. Okowa, what's the name of that one in Edo, and those in the East, and the one in Akwa Ibom, and they did not work for him. So he has problem at home himself. So, and Okowa picking, Atiku picking Okowa is to, balance the power structure, because when you look at the South, I think they are divided into two parts. This one part that is known as old Bendel or formal, what do you call it? Midwest. And the other part, the riverine old Eastern region. And if you look at Jonathan came from the old Eastern riverine region. So if you have Atiku, if you have Wike as the vice president now, if anything happened to Atiku, that means that power is going back to where Jonathan came from. So this other side of the people, how do you want them to feel? So Atiku is a difficult decision, but it's a strategic and a decision that is futuristic as well, that if anything should happen to him, yes, this side of the country, Midwest or Edo side of South, they will be having a president too. So the party is all about the party. The party will be ready to work for Atiku bigly, the same way that Wike have said that he doesn't mind. I am not vying for number 2. I'm vying for number 1. And if I lose it, I'm ready to work for whoever that wins. So he's going to work for the party. And he knows how the politics plays. It is reserved for the candidate to pick his number 2. Whoever that he wants, that he likes, that he knows that can work well with him, is the person that he also did that in Rivers State. He picked whoever he wants as his vice, and not somebody that is very controversial or somebody that talk too much. We can talk too much. A lot of things work against him. He talks too much. He fights with everybody. A leader mustn't do that. He must be able to calm down and and do your thing in such an easy way that you will not create political enemy for yourself. He created a lot of political enemy for himself right from the South here. So I think we have made a good choice for giving those people from that part of South a sense of belonging by picking one of their sons as vice president. And Ifeanyi is also an Igbo. It's also an Igbo person as well. So he picked an Igbo man that is from the South. So it's a strategic decision. The Indigo and some Igbo people will still feel it's one of our own, though not from the East, and it still give them some sense of belonging from the Easterner. So it's a sense of belonging for the Easterner and a sense of belonging for people that came from the old Midwest, otherwise known as Bender State, from that South. So it's a good decision, and I believe that Wike will work for him, and they will deploy resources to make sure that Atiku will be their next president. So it could still be rewarded with a very, very big ministry. Very, very big ministry. One of it is the Minister of Petroleum, and we know what petroleum means in that country, Ministry of Petroleum. So I don't think that Atiku has shot himself in the foot. He hasn't shot himself in the foot, and the way I'm seeing it, and for Tinubu not to come out categorically of to declare his vice president, it shows a level of unpreparedness on himself, on him as a candidate of the party. It's a level of unpreparedness, and it shows that they have crisis in that party.
No, it doesn't. No. Hold on, you're going too far. It doesn't show that they have crisis in the party. It's the politics that is obtaining at this moment.
Let me tell you one man. Let me tell you, I will expatiate. Let me expatiate. Let me expatiate why they have crisis in that party. Tinubu is not a newcomer to the party. He's a leader of the party from day one. So since then, up to now, this is the man that said he have a lifelong ambition. So he's been eyeing that person. He's been building structure. He has done everything. So for him to pick a vice president, very difficult for him.
No, it's not difficult for him. No, hold on, Ajanle Koko. He cannot have historical names to come into play for contemporaneous spaces. The politics of now is that was Peter Obi even a factor when Tinubu had the ambition? So the politics as of now, there's a dynamism to it that has to be responded to. So this is what is in play.
No.
He's not showing preparedness now. He's not going to.
It's a level of unpreparedness on his side, as far as I'm concerned. Look, he is a leader. He knows how to play the politics. There is no dimension that this thing has taken that will, prevent him from coming out clearly. It's vice president, presidential candidate. No. He has been. He's a long-time player.
No,
it's not a newcomer.
I think you are miscalculating there, Ajanle Koko.
No, there's no. You see, I will give it to Labour having problem to pick their presidential candidate.
No,
because
they are not having problems now. They are in negotiations.
Who are in negotiation?
Let me tell you how I see it. I see it that Labour Party, they are in negotiations because they know that if they are able to secure Kwankwaso on board, that's a big leap for what is still a fledgling mushrooming space that is getting a lot of momentum, but it has no substance. But if they get Kwankwaso, that will be substance. So, but
there's no way they can get Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso will not step down for him.
Yes,
Kwankwaso will never go for vice president under Obi. It's never going to happen.
But that's what is in play. But
it is not in play. It's not going to happen. What is in play? You see, Labour Party is a hurriedly formation, or be hurriedly formation, or hurriedly jump into that party. So he's still struggling to find his ground there. So I can give it to him that yes, they have a temporary name, Okupe as a temporary name for that, while they are still working on who they will get permanently for that position. But for Tinubu not to have somebody a permanent name now. I haven't built structure. I haven't been working for this thing since day one they formed that party in 2014. I mean, it shows a level of preparedness on his side, and it shows
One man,
it
can
showed
I?
a big
One
crisis,
man, may I ask
a
Ajale
big
Koko a quick
crisis
question?
in their party. Crisis.
I don't agree in the slightest.
And people are moving out of the party to PDP. In Kebbi, they have moved out.
Hold on. Take a question from Ajale Koko, please. Let's balance it. But hear from I've muted you, by the way, in case you're still talking. Take a question from Black League. So let me coordinate it. So take a question from Black League.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, just a quick question. Do you agree with your man Showore in his description of the Labour Party as a political orphan?
That's correct. Now I agree in totality with him. Yeah, I agree with him.
Where are you leading with that, Black League?
Yeah, because I know Peter Obi is your man. So how can he use such disparaging terms against your other man's political party?
And you're
so
talking
who
about,
would you go for? Like
no, yeah, Showore is my man. Showore is my man.
I know Peter Obi is also your man.
Too,
you've said it repeatedly.
Yeah, Peter is my man, but
is Peter Obi a political offer now that you've agreed with Showore calling Labour Party?
Oh yeah, the way he lied to how, as per how he left, why he left PDP, tells me that he is playing game. He lied that they are sharing money or this is why he left. No, I don't want to buy that. So, and I don't want to be part of that political game that is playing. I don't want to play that along with him. So Showore is my man. So he lied and he destroyed the chances. It set backward the chances, the political interest of Igbo people or the East in PDP. It set it backward, 16 years backward. And it's the truth. We just have to tell it. So it doesn't, it just pursuing its own selfish political ambition. And it doesn't look at the larger interest of the Igbo people in that party. For them to still be looking for their own because they don't know anybody in that party, like I said, is political ideology and its economic philosophy are quite different from that of Labour. So it contradicted himself in so many ways, and he lied to people why he moved to this thing. So I don't want to buy into that. So Showore is my man. But on the issue of Tinubu not able to find his permanent vice president yet, he told me that that's a level of unpreparedness on his side and crisis in their party. Great crisis, and that is why he couldn't find someone yet. He must have found someone for himself, but some people are kicking against that person, telling him that, look, we are not going to vote for you, we are not accepting this. And, there's crisis in that party. And I told you, you see, Kwankwaso, Shekarau just move out to form NNPP with Kwankwaso and some leading politicians, former governors with some other people just move out from APC to join PDP, and we have some people move out from Plateau State from APC to join PDP. So the party is breaking apart little by little, and it's going to break apart more.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Let me use the window to, and I disagree with you, by the way, but let me use the window first to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Gomez, of course. He says, listen well, Ajale Koko and Enigmatic have similar twang in their diction. They may be indigenous of Ogun State. So yes, I too notice there's a certain texture to their tonality, just like there are similar textures to the tonality of Black League and Babati and somewhat a little bit of Aizon as well. So certain tones, they sort of match together. So listen well, Ajanle Koko and Enigmatic have similar twang to their diction. They may be in the genes of Ogun State. So we know Ajanle Koko is certainly, but there's an Ekiti-ness, like an Ondo-ness to Enigmatic, who seems to have dropped off. I think he was driving when he came on. So Alexander Gomez still, he says, if this stream continues this way, I'll say it's the best one-man podcast I have watched. Kudos to Ajanle Koko, Black League, and Enigmatic. You guys are just brilliant. So that is an endorsement from higher up, Alexander Gomez. So thank you, Alexander Gomez. And Ajanle Koko, I have to say, I'm not even going to say I somewhat disagree with you. I disagree with you in totality. I don't see PDP being, APC being in crisis, but then of course, that's my subjective view. I see the movement in parties with people moving their ambitions where they feel is best suited. But with Tinubu not yet using a placeholder for the vice presidential seat, I see it as the doctrine of necessity in play again. Because Tinubu, his best fit for a vice president is a northern Muslim. And he's still testing the temperature to make that decision. And a lot of that decision is wrapped around Kwakwanso. So if he sees Kwakwanso's movements, then he can make the decision. He can either, there's two names that Tinubu is likely to present. They are both going to be northern Muslims, or let's just say three names. So he can either go for Ganduje to counterweight whatever influence Kwakwanso is bringing from Kano State to fight Kano as much as he can, because there's two spaces that often decides Nigeria's president is Kano and Lagos. So they cannot afford, that's why they rigged Ganduje back. So he has to have a strong presence in Kano and still negotiating with Kwakwanso. So if Kwakwanso does not play ball, then he'll go for Ganduje. But instinctually, he will go for Shatima. But if he wants to play the balanced ticket, then he will go for Simon Lalong. So all of these things are still in play, and that is why he's still using a placeholder. I think Atiku moved too quickly, and I somewhat agree with Enigmatic's presentation that Atiku did not want somebody that will match him ego for ego, because Wike is nobody's second fiddle. I think we know that. Even you can call him vice president, but he would not understand that he is. But Okowa, he looks like somebody you tell to sit down there, and he will. And I think it's somebody just being able to manage the ego of its subordinate might well be what propelled Atiku to that decision, because the committee, they presented him. Wike got 30-something out of whatever. He got 10 times the votes. I think he got 17 votes, and Okowa got 3 or something like that. That's the disparity in terms of the committee that was selecting the vice president. So I think really it's being able to manage the vice president's ego was what necessarily propelled Atiku to that decision. But that's my subjective view. That's not to say I'm right or I'm wrong, or you are right or you are wrong, but that's the beauty of it, speculations. So thank you for that. A real robust engagement there with the 2 or 3 or 4 masterminds of politics. Ajanle Koko, of course, Enigmatic, and I suppose we'll add Black League's Pepe Rempe to that mix as well. So that is the diet. Black League.
One man, no comment.
No comment. Comment is a comment, though. I'm not talking to you, but you are saying, you just said you are not talking to me. So is that not talking to me? So when women do that, it's funny. I'm not talking to you right now. What have you just done? You've just spoken to me now.
No, I spoke to you. I just said no comment. It was to you.
I know.
We both understand.
I know. You knew. But let me take the conversation to Baba T, who has been patiently waiting, and take it away from this only to come back to it. But it somewhat staggered Baba T when I was reading out the debts that Nigeria is carrying. 215% increment in Q1 of this year, as opposed to last quarter of last year. 1,900 percentage increment in debt carrying from one year to another. So, but what is the commensurate infrastructural presentation to justify this heavy debt, Babati?
Yeah, that kind of stunned me, because usually over the last few years, when you talk about Nigeria's debt, it's always been about 50, 60%, 70% thereabout. And we've always complained about that. And then when you read those numbers out, I was worried, not so much of this administration. I was worried that Nigerians don't understand the enormity and importance of picking the right person to tackle this at this time, because we cannot afford to vote for another Buhari or somebody as clueless as him to manage this. So there has to be somebody that can, manage this properly. And if we make that mistake, it's going to get worse. Buhari will really look like a saint if we don't manage it. So that it stunned me, because I've watched all these videos and read all these articles on how China and all these governments have taken over countries using debt. So, and I'm worried that we might have a situation in which we might have the Chinese controlling our seaports and airports. I didn't want to believe that was possible, but with the numbers you read out, that is very much possible in the next 5 to 6 years if we continue in this path. So we need somebody that. So when we have all these arguments, let's have at the back of our minds that somebody that's a technocrat that understands the economy and debt services. And I also mentioned that we also have to look at the legislature. I think it's about time we collapse the bicameral system of government and go to a unicameral system of government. Do away with the Senate. That would be my opinion, to save money. So you have to do
away with the Senate or the Assembly. One of them have to
one of them just collapsing into one. The House is okay. We don't need the Senate at this point. We cannot afford.
And really, they should be part-time, because most times when they show them, they are always asleep. That's just the one thing that irritates me.
Right.
They are always asleep in that space.
Right. They not. So make it part-time. Not just the National Assembly only, even the state assemblies, make it part-time as well at the state level. Just reduce the cost. We cannot continue like this. And do we even understand the importance, the enormity of this, and how it impacts the economy? I don't think nobody. We've been having all these arguments about who's going to run for who, and my issue has always been that we don't discuss issues like this. When they question the candidate, they don't bring up issue about debt servicing. Nobody talks about it, and these are things I think they should focus on. Questioning these guys. How are you going to tackle the debt? Because that country will collapse in the next 5 to 10 years if we continue in this trajectory. That would be a very. Sorry, somebody.
Yeah, they're asking you to talk about your avatar. So who is that? Who's that?
So basically, he's a prince from our. The reason I like him is because it sounds like a calmer version of Sowore and Obi without the baggage. So he doesn't have that political past of Obi, and does not have that Aluta continue of Sowore. So in between both, and he's a very educated person. So in between them, he kind of merges two things I'm looking for. So, and he had experience as a lawyer and as well. So that's why I kind of like him to So he has his own business too. So I think someone that wants to run the country should at least have run a business before. So that's why I am endorsing him as my.
Which party is he? SDP.
SDP, yes. He won his primaries like a week ago when I was here. I was trying to have you play the video, but we didn't have time. So, but if we're really serious as a country, it's time to do away with all these political, tribal, religious preferences in terms of voting for someone, and really go into someone that can actually do the job. So, I'm afraid that Nigerians are not ready, based on what I'm hearing on here, on other platforms, on blogs, or on websites. We're still stuck in those tribal, sections. Even though we pretend that we want to come together, but at the end of the day, even on your platform, you still hear that tonality. Though you see that tribal, thing on this platform. So I think we have a long way to go. But when it comes to debt servicing, I'm afraid if we don't have anybody that can tackle those kind of things, that country will not last and will not be around for the next 5 years.
All right, let's get a quick feel of your candidate just to prepare ourselves for who our next president will be. So our next president, according to Baba T, is this chap right here.
Yeah, so pretty much is 50 years old. Okay, go ahead.
Which they have practiced their politics over time. What other parameters did you take into mind in SDP? I'm talking here of, as we've heard with other parties, the whole matter of your religion. Some are saying that that isn't even something that should come into it. Your religion, I don't know your sex, whether you're a man, you're a woman, but in particular on the question of you being a Muslim, therefore having to choose a Christian, and you being a Christian, therefore having to choose a Muslim. What are your thoughts on this particular aspect of our polity?
Those are the problems they've caused for themselves because of the manner in which they have practiced their politics over time. They've always been playing the politics of it's my turn, it's my turn. And when you play the politics of it's my turn, there you have problems in turn. So,
all right. So that's Babate's candidate. It doesn't sound as expected. It sounded like from the villages, sort of.
So let me just give you a brief background. He's 50 years old. He is from Ondo State. Actually, he studied in America, by the way. He studied law in America.
That wasn't in his voice. We didn't hear that in his voice.
It does not matter. See, one man, this is the problem with Nigerians. We focus on the wrong things because it does not sound a certain way, because it doesn't have this tonality. We should have gone beyond all these things. Let's forget how somebody sounds. Let's focus on what they can actually do, by their own character and attitude, not the way they sound. We need to go past that. We've had all this grammar.
Even the tie is too big.
Yes, it sounds like local sort of.
I know. Is that Rabbi?
Rabbi, yes.
And then, what do you expect from Rabbi? Hey, that guy is one of the best in that country.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I've listened to him. That guy got a lot of things in his head. He's a smart guy.
And that is
very, very smart. I want everybody to go and listen to him. Very, very smart. Even I can say he's even smarter than Obi. I've listened to him. He has a lot of things in upstairs. Ideas. I'm talking about ideas on how to solve the Nigerian problem. He's a smart guy. I give it to him.
I actually agree. I actually agree with you, Okupe. I've listened to him.
I saw even that his first line that he made there it's a very strong point he made there. That's because of this politics of turn by turn. That is why the problem is in turns. So
you never go and listen to him. Find time, go and listen and take bias out of your mind and listen objectively and compare him with Toby or any other. You know that guy is a very, very smart guy. I am telling you. I've watched him and I'm very, very impressed in him.
I'll certainly do that after this session because I've never heard from the guy. But
those are the kind of
people from the villages.
Why?
Should push for us, not Tinubu. You should have
it doesn't sound American trained now. It sounds like
Mama, not everybody has to have American accent to be intelligent.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound polished.
One man, listen to me. The man is trained in Australia, Canada, UK, California, New York. He has all his law degrees over there. Trained. So first of all, he's from abroad. So he's one of us. He's from the diaspora. Okay? And he's lived in Nigeria too. So he's lived both in America and Nigeria, having businesses over there. So he has that wide reach. Forget how it sounds, woman. I know you're joking around, but
I'm only joking. But I have to go and listen to him. But I never even knew.
Yeah, but if you have time, look at his policies, look at his website. These are, yesterday you mentioned about big ideas. The man never discusses anything about roads and water, all those petty stuff. It's huge and big ideas that is focused on. That's the reason why I'm like, it's not a typical Nigerian politician that's always talking about giving you
ideas. He should be the next big politician from the Southwest. You people should push him.
Just if you
No,
have
no,
time,
no.
But
We like polished people in the Southwest. Polished.
I do agree with Ajan Likoko about his level of intelligence, but that has nothing to do with electoral value. You know, it's
I
one
know.
thing to be intelligent, it's another thing to
I
have the
know. So
capacity to
that
win
is
the
where
national election.
I come in.
We
That's
are
why we need
tired of
to.
this electoral value structure that we keep on
Yeah,
That's
talking
all
about.
that
drama
wins
is
elections, my
so
brother. That's
We
all
have
that
to
wins
we have to
election.
push we have to push
There's
what
a
we
proverb
want.
in southern Nigeria that is not the day that you take the goat to the market to sell that you start feeding it. You have to feed it beforehand. That's all I'm speaking to.
Change cannot come with that mentality, Black League. Every time we want to analyze what was there, the status quo, we want to uphold it for them. How will you get change?
Well,
so
presidential elections is not a tea
blackly.
party. You have to have political structures and be
I
politically
know,
grounded.
but blackly, where did experience and grammar get us over the last 60 years? They've been speaking grammar and experience for the last. Where they get Nigeria for the last 60 years?
No, we've never had a president with grammar, actually. If you look at our trajectory.
Okay, experience. So you're so called
Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa was well spoken. Tafawa Balewa, he was well spoken.
Yes, I agree with you with the exception, but that wasn't. He was never a president. That's when we were still practicing parliamentary system.
Yeah, so
he was the prime minister.
So I'm talking saying about that let's try something non-conventional candidate from the typical big man system, the typical big man politician in Nigeria. Let's try something new.
I agree with you. Me and you can agree and say let's try something different. But what is the capacity? What's his capacity to win the elections?
I know.
Me and you can say let's try. We can all give him our support, but we have to be realistic at the same time, right?
I know. It's a long shot. But it's a good start, like you said about the go to the market. Let's start feeding this guy. Let's start feeding him.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's the reason why I'm looking beyond Obi, because I like Obi too, but it was part of PDP, so that's kind of like against him just a little bit. But I'm saying that just for somebody new, fresh ideas, away from the typical Nigerian, share water, share.
But let us be realistic. You know that he has no political value for now. Let's be realistic.
I'm with you.
You understand me? If we are going to feed him, we are not going to feed him towards 2023. We are going to feed him if we want to be realistic, and try not to be emotional about it. We just have to feed him towards 2027. It's good that he came out this time. We have seen him. Then it's not like after 2023 he hides. No, he should start going to platforms, speak to the people. That was how Obi did it. Obi, after he became governor, started going to platforms, started speaking to the youth, started speaking to that demography. And today, this is what we have today. So I like him. I've listened to him right even before, because I've listened to all the presidential candidates. Right. I've listened to him. He has something upstairs.
So do you feel like the debates might help people like him and Showore if they actually?
No, the debate will not, because this is the.
Do you think it will get to the rostrum? I don't think they will.
No.
It's SDP. He won the SDP presidential primaries, for God's sake. I mean, it's bigger than Labour and AAC. I mean, at this point, so they can't bring Labour in without bringing him in. If you're going to have
but this is what I think, right? For him, for someone like him, right? I would have loved him to still contest, come out there at the podium, speak. We all know how they're going to do the debate thing. They're going to interview them first, then give them the debate first. Then they will now go for the main candidates like Peter Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. Those ones would be on one podium.
How is Peter Obi a main candidate over the SDP candidate?
No, let us be realistic. Let us. I was listening earlier on when Babachi was talking about issues. If we want to start being realistic and talk about issues,
I would like us to say this. I would like to tell you guys this. Peter Obi is that popular. So if you underestimate him, you're doing that at your own peril. And so we know who the three candidates are. In fact, among the three candidates, top candidates we have today, according to polls, Peter Obi is the most popular. Now, would that translate?
My brother from Nashville.
Would that translate? Would that translate into
in the southeast, Abby, the most popular?
No. I'm talking about Nigeria right now. Would that translate into
I
votes?
saw that poll now yesterday. You're right.
Forget the poll. And then you saw
there are indicators, right? When you go on Twitter, there are indicators to see who is trending the most. Go on Twitter, go on Facebook, go on Instagram, and all those places. I'm just telling you online, right? So that is what I'm telling you. If you go through via the medium, right, you will see that Obi, I mean, I'm talking about all issues. I'm talking about Africa in general. Obi is like top 3. So
my brother from Nashville, let me just interject.
Yeah, hear from
all right. If we're going by popularity on Twitter, Atiku should have been president instead of Buhari. There's no politician. Listen.
Let me tell you.
Just give me a few seconds. Just give me a few seconds.
Go ahead.
Go back to Twitter and look at it. There is no politician right now in Nigeria, even for the past 5 years, that has the type of popularity on Twitter as Atiku Abubakar. So if we're going by popularity on Twitter, Atiku should have beaten Buhari hands down in the last elections. So when you go by these online mediums, such as Twitter, Facebook, you may get carried away, and your results will not be as accurate. Because when we're talking about elections, Twitter is irrelevant.
Okay, so let me tell you something, right? We always say that these things are irrelevant, but they are. If you look at the population of Nigeria that are on social media, right? 60% of them are youths, right? Now, these things, you think that they just come on social media and talk about it and they don't go home? At least 70% of people that talk about it on social media take it home. Like right now, I'm at home. Anywhere I go, I talk about Obi, right? I know that 70% of them will go home and still talk about Obi. You see it on the streets. It is not just on social media. You see it on the street. You see what is going on about the PVC. Atiku, during his time, was not a movement. That is the difference. Obi is a movement. If you look at the polls, it's like it is Obi versus the rest. Okay. It is Obi versus the rest. There is no, if you're going to go by the poll, it is Obi versus the rest.
Ask you a question. Sorry. Let me put this back a little bit. When it comes to polling and Nigeria, if you told me that the polls were done in the markets in Nigeria, the local markets, if you polled them and Obi was number 1, I would take that poll as more credible. But
I am not telling you what is not obtainable. When you go out there in the street of Nigeria, I do not care where you go to. I do not care where you go to, because I have people on ground. I sponsor people to go and make promos. Right. In fact, right now I'm working on translating every past Obi's clip into Yoruba, into Yoruba and Hausa.
We need those polls online. We need those polls online, like you just said. Poll those people and put it online. Don't rely on just people on Twitter.
No. I'm not exactly my point. I'm talking about.
Sorry, guys. Let me just hold on, Joel. Let me just add this. Don't take anything by Twitter polls. That's a complete misnomer. Anybody that takes it has no understanding of you see, those Twitter polls, they are hijacked by Southeastern, essentially that very visceral. They hijack these polls and they vote heavily on it to give a skewed impression. So
one man, that is totally false. One man, that is totally false. That is totally false. No. See, one man, that is totally false. Look, this is the way you just look at it. Go on your page. If you go on your page on Facebook, by the time you scroll past 10 posts, you will see, I bet you will see 4 articles on Obi.
My brother, INEC does not count Facebook articles, my brother.
Well,
My brother, I am not
Tennessee
telling
brother.
my
well,
brother,
1 minute. Let me tell you, Black League. Go online right now and search for the video that was in that came out from Edo State, where the youth, most of them in mass,
I watched it.
they are all on the streets shouting
Yes.
that Tinubu will not get any votes from Edo State. Are you telling me that Edo State is now Igbo people's state?
All
So
right.
why are we trying to always
No.
create this
Edo State is not that, but okay, let's go to the
They are
numbers.
saying
I'm
that
not talking
Edo
about
is
registered
Obi.
voters.
They are saying no, I'm looking.
2015,
Wait.
Edo State gave to the PDP 268,000 votes. That's
I'm
not
making
enough to win. That's one of the smallest you can have.
no. That
I'm
is not
telling
the
you.
point. That is not the point. The
Well,
point
I'm telling you about actual voters. Politics is all about numbers.
I'm
I
looking at
heard
it.
one man mentioning Lagos State. Yes. Earlier he mentioned Lagos State. Yes, in terms of registered voters, Lagos is the state to beat. There's
I'm
no
just trying
state,
to bring
including
back.
Kano,
I'm trying
that
to
has as much
clarify.
votes as Lagos State.
I'm
But
trying to clarify that
when you look
question.
at the people who actually vote, in 2015, Lagos gave APC 792,000 votes, while states like let's take a state like Akwa Ibom, the PDP got 953. That's past what Lagos State gave. A state like Rivers gave 1.4 million votes. A state like Delta gave 1.2. So I don't go by Twitter. I don't even go by registered voters. You
Okay, my
wait till the
brother.
election is over, then you read
My
who
brother.
actually
My
came out
brother.
to vote.
My brother. But
Joel,
this,
do you know
this
where
election is different. This election is different. One man, I'll just make it 1 minute, okay?
Okay, go on.
One man, you have to be fair. Sometimes
this
when one is
election is
trying to make a
different,
point, you
right?
just cover my mouth.
The reason why
Hold on, Joel.
just
In CBD, can you hold on, please? In CBD, why I muted you was that Black League was talking. You were layering over his voice and other voice. It's just to have one voice. That's just
Well, I
it.
was the one speaking first, and I was even trying to make a point. Then Black League.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right.
Sorry.
You have the floor now. But
No,
it's just really just too many voices.
I understand. I just felt like Black League was not understanding what I'm responding to. So I was trying to make it clear to him, and I was not giving that chance. So I'm not looking at it from the angle he's looking at it. I was actually trying to push back on what you said yourself, one man, that and some other people are trying to say here that it's the Southeast that is pushing Obi and all that, which is obviously false. I'm just giving you an example. Even a lot of people from Delta State are saying the same thing, that even if Okowa is a vice presidential candidate for Atiku, that they are going with Peter Obi. Urobo people, Urobo, are they Igbos? Now go to the one I saw today, the video I saw today where all those youths are on the street in Edo State, they are saying Edo is for Peter Obi. Are they Igbos? So let us stop pushing that lie.
In CBD, go to Damaturu and give me the data from there. Damaturu.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that Obi has circulated the whole, Nigeria space.
Do you know where Damaturu is? Do you know where Damaturu is?
I know Damaturu Yobe. I'm just telling you that narrative that some people are trying to push out there, that Obi is championed by the Southeast only, is totally false. And we shouldn't be making those kind of it to make someone looking at it from outside as just seeing it as people are just trying to hate on the man for tribal reasons, instead of.
In CBD, it's not about hate. Let me ask you a straight question. Do you think Peter Obi has a chance to win 2023 elections? I'm not talking about making a statement. I'm talking about winning the elections.
I will answer, but you give me a chance to also ask you one. So
no, you don't answer a question with a question.
Answer
man, then ask me.
Answer, then ask you. Go on.
That's what I said now. Black League, calm down.
So sensitive sometimes. Go on.
So that's what I'm saying. I think you asked me a question. I believe so. Yes, he has a chance if this momentum continues like this, and if his team, depending on his team and how they interact with the grassroots across the country, even if they can't go around the entire, at least they should make a very strong inway, at least maybe in the north central and probably some parts of the corner. then they stand a chance. Yes, I believe so.
Can I
So
respond to
that.
you? Can I respond to you in CPD?
Okay, respond. But please give me also a chance to ask you later. Yeah, respond.
Yes, sir. As soon as I respond, you ask me your question. Now, the Labour Party in Nigeria does not stand a chance to win general elections in the presidency for now. I don't know what the future holds, but for now they don't. The one man that embodies labor in Nigeria, he almost personified labor. I'm sure you already know who I'm talking about. Him and labor are synonymous to each other. Adams Oshomole, the Comrade General of Nigeria.
Ojo Baba.
After he was done with his stint in the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, when he was going into politics, the bigwigs in Labour Party called him and asked him, why don't you come to this party since you have personified labor in Nigeria? Till today, we've not had a labor leader as popular as Oshomole. All of them combined cannot stand his popularity. What was Baba Oshomole's response to them? He said, and I quote, "I'm not in politics to make a statement, I'm in politics to win elections." And he went to the ACN and won elections. So do you think the Labour Party has enough national spread to actually win elections if the person who personified Labour for several years till date does not think Labour Party can win elections? He sees Labour Party as a party to make a statement.
That is where Black League. That is where the movement is distinct from the traditional politics, because that's where that's the same thing Patutomi said. We are looking at these things. People are looking at it from some kind of existing traditional political structure where people will just go and be talking to people or be bribing them. We are talking of a movement where people are voting consciously, where people are coming out. The people are the main structure. The people are the ones coming out to vote. So if somebody is determined to vote, there's no amount you give that person, because the person is doing it consciously, like what's happening in Anambra State, whereby APC are giving those old women 5,000, and they all refused. It was shown on camera. They refused, that they are not voting for APC, that they are voting for ABGA, that they don't want APC. Those are the that's the structure that is behind this movement of Peter Obi, not the way we are looking at it. So if you're looking at it from the traditional trajectory, then yes, you can make that kind of conclusion, but not the way it is right now. This is a movement by conscious voters, you know. Then the question
I mean, Showore had a movement also, but at best he made a statement. He wasn't able to win. Take It Back was a movement, right? So I know the clear distinction between a movement and electoral votes. We've seen it in the recent past.
Same traction or support or from the, he did not get the same.
Put your question to Black League, and then I want to put a question to him, which you have to condense so that I can go back to Babati.
No, the question is just very simple. Like, I don't know. Yeah, well, I think I was to ask him if if he believes that Peter Obi, because that is most of the narrative, especially you one man. I've heard it from you quite a number of times. So I want Black League to be able to give his opinion on that. Do you think that do you see Peter Obi as someone that has transcended the entire, or let's say has transcended out of just an Eastern narrative? Yeah.
So is Peter Obi
Sorry,
right?
I didn't get the latter part of your question.
No, the question is Peter Obi just a Southeastern champion, or does he have national reach?
Peter Obi is not a Southeastern champion, because even in the Southeast, I don't see Peter Obi winning majority of the votes. I've said this before about Peter Obi, and people came for me. My views are not too far from Majanli Koko's views on him. The essence of politics is what you can get for your people. Outside of that, your involvement in politics is irrelevant. And I've been on here before to say how Peter Obi was given the ticket in ABGA on a platter of gold by the late Odumegu Ojukwu, the late general. And Peter Obi looked him in the eye and said, "I will never betray the mandate you've given to me. I will never betray the ABGA, and I will never leave the party." But soon after the demise of the late general, Peter Obi found his way to the PDP, back to the center. I understand what the great Ojukwu was trying to do for the Southeast. Of course, they've been shortchanged. They have the least number of states, least number of electoral votes, and least number of delegates, least number of senators, least number of House of Rep members. Any way you put it, the Southwest has been shortchanged. That was Ojukwu's mission, was to correct that. See how the Southeast can add more states, and the Southeast can come to the political relevance and come to the center of Nigeria's politics and not be shortchanged year in, year out. And the best place to start with is Anambra State. Why? Because politically speaking, and even culturally speaking, I dare say, Anambra State is the soul of the Southeast, is the soul of the Igbo ethnic nationality. Peter Obi was given that mandate, but could not consolidate on it. He went into PDP saying he wanted to move closer to the center. And even when he did that, he brought nothing home. The Southeast, Anambra State in particular, did not benefit nothing from it. What is your relevance outside of what you can get for your people? That's how politics is played worldwide, even in America, in the most advanced of the democracies. It's about what you can get for your people. Peter Obi failed woefully in that. And that's how I look at political relevance. So I do not see Peter Obi as someone with even a spread in the Southeast to even win majority of the votes there. I don't. Because this, you might call it sentiments, has been echoed even in the elites, political elites of the Southwest, of the Southeast, my bad. Recently, I don't know if you know a politician. He's an astute politician in the Southeast. His name is Dan Ulasi. He came out on national TV to echo the same things I'm saying. That Peter Obi is sort of I'll take Mr. Gomez's word, wishy-washy type of politician. He wasn't able to consolidate on that privilege he was given by Ojukwu because he wasn't the most qualified, of course, but he was given that trust and that mandate. What did he do with it? So if you cannot bring stuff back to your people, politically, to me, you're not relevant. And there's no way I can trust you. Why? Because if your people in your backyard have not benefited from you in politics, even when you move to the center of politics, then what is in for me? That's how I look at politics.
Blackly.
All right. Let me put a position to you in CBD, and then I must move on. But have you Have you observed somewhat in CBD that in this space and every other space that I've seen, the people essentially championing Peter Obi are his kinsmen, and the people that remain unconvinced are the others. So are you attributing this to just tribalism and jealousy? Because I am a Yoruba man. Black League is from the north. World Peace is from the south, and Babati from Yoruba land. You know, so the totality of the country, they like him, but they are not convinced. But you and voices like yours, essentially his kinsmen, insist that he has this nationalistic sweep. So do you think you are somewhat looking at it from a prejudiced view in CBD?
Obviously not, one man. Obviously not.
not.
Even on this platform, you cannot tell me that Ete is an Igbo man from the southeast, and he talks about Peter Obi even more than me. You can't tell me that Tiobala that comes here. You know, I can go on and mention as much name. Forget, you know, it's not just about the people that are currently here. So I think it's clear. And even if you want to go into the mainstream Nigeria social media, whatever, you find out that most of these influencers, they are not, some of them, let me not say most, some of them, quite a number of them are not from the southeast. So that's why it's
Mr. Macaroni, this is what you are.
Mr. Macaroni, is that not a Yoruba man? But I don't even want to. Okay, what of Okon of Lagos? What of what's the name? Aisha Yusufu? All those people. Are they Igbos? So I don't see it that way, you know. I don't see it that way. You understand?
Oh, all right, thank you. Let's get back to Babati, who had the floor. Babati, I'm not quite sure if you remember when you.
Sorry. I'm very sorry, sir. You
Go
see
on.
now, I wanted to mention something about what Blackley said when he was saying the man has not brought something back to his people and all that. And I think the way he's looking at it is from the lenses of you know, in terms of this traditional political give me and you know, the way they distribute well, the way we can, all these people are doing. That is not how they are looking at it. Do you know that Peter Obi has built over 10 schools since he left office without even being in office? He has built over 10 schools from his own money.
Yeah,
So,
that's a
Peter,
business now. Is that not a
no,
business? Is this a fee-free school?
no,
It's a
free
business
school,
now.
free.
It's a business.
No. I'm saying free schools.
And please, when
Just
you're
a
done
minute.
saying that, tell me how that has added to the political fortunes of the South.
So that's just a minute. What my point is this: that when we are saying he has not brought back anything to his people, that is
Rochas
false.
Okorocha has built more schools nationwide.
I'm not. I said it here also at the same time that because of that I have a little bit of bias for Okorocha, even though I know he's involved in corruption, or the you know. So that is that's the fact. So when we are saying bring back, it seems like we are looking at it from the main reason why Peter Obi is having this appeal from the youth or from the general masses is because he's not doing it because he separated himself somewhat from this so-called traditional money politicians. You know, so the man is giving it directly to the people that need it. Even when he was in office in Anambra, he got rid of all these middlemen and all these bottlenecks that people are
All
using
right.
to steal. So he
All
was
right.
meeting people directly, not
All
through
right.
politics.
We already know almost by heart. Sometimes I even recite it in my dreams. All these are mantras towards Peter B. You know, you left $40 million in the something. He's the only governor that he has only one wristwatch and he 5 seconds. And we know. So let me acknowledge the super chats that's coming, and then I want to acknowledge a comment that is pointed in Black League's direction before I go back to Babati. So this is Play Summer who has discovered the super chat button alongside Alexander Gomez and is using it to say, in future, presidential race in Nigeria will only be between northern Muslims and southern Christians. Despite MKO Abiola's popularity, SDP still went for Muslim northerner so as not to make political suicide. So I'm not quite sure if there's not an inherent contradiction in that super chart as Play Summer. It says in the future presidential race in Nigeria will only be between northern Muslims and southern Christians. So quite what emboldens that statement, I don't know. Despite MKO, so this now contradicts the preceding comment. Despite MKO Abiola's popularity, SDP still went for Muslim northerner so as not to make political suicide. So I don't know. That maybe if you reread your comments, then you see that the contradiction is embedded in there. But thank you for the super chat, Play Summer. So this is not a super chat, but really it speaks to this is a welcome to the club sort of comment to Black League. So this is Ifyok Udofia. It says, please don't waste your time on Black League. He's paid to spread negative energy towards Obi. So welcome to that. So I'm paid by Atiku and Tinubu, but it's not yet told us who pays you. But
Everyone is paid. Everyone is paid. But yeah, I just need people, especially in Obi's camp, to be sophisticated enough to really examine and confront criticism without just dismissing it as money is involved. If there's a point in the criticism, please see it. If not, after the elections, we'll come back to analyze the results.
I think you're asking for too much. These are Pobians mainly. You knew them from Nnamdi Kanu space, and they've transmuted into this space. But
and I also wanted to ask: are we still on the Biafra narrative?
No. Thank you, but I can't say it all. But thank you. I won't say more than that.
No, I would have really liked to say something on that.
Okay,
because
Take off from the two extremes then, because you, one of the leading Biafran folk voices under the Nnamdi Kanu cusp in this space, and you now a leading voice for Peter Obi. So how do you square that in your own thought process? You told us Biafra till I die just 5 months ago, and now you are saying Obi for life this month ago.
And the last time I checked, Obi is trying to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
What is this, man? And you say people.
No, just for clarity. Just for clarity. It's not a challenge. It's just for clarity.
They abandoned Kanu to die in prison.
They've forgotten him. They've forgotten him.
Ajale Koko.
When was the last time you heard Nnamdi Kanu?
One second.
They say you, but they say
you know. When was the last time you mentioned Nnamdi Kanu?
They don't care for Kanu anymore.
One second. You see,
look at this guy.
Personally, for me, obviously, a woman, I've never come here and be shouting IPOB or Biafra from the time I started coming here, but I've also not attacked them. But you see, most of the people that you see right now from the eastern, region that are supporting Obi, they are not vocal. Even at the height of their agitation and everything, those people were never vocal. It's either they were the quiet ones, just observing because they don't want to get into problem with some of the guys who are, really agitating that time. So you can't see someone who was actively, or even if they are there, they are very few, pushing for Biafra and no election. You can't see that person right now shouting Peter Obi. Most of the guys are the ones who kept quiet. Or are you accusing the entire Igbo people of being IPOB members? Maybe that's the whatever that you guys are looking at this.
No. We're just asking where's the Biafra narrative. That's all we're speaking.
That's what I'm saying. Are you trying to say that the entire Igbo people were?
No. We're saying two different things. We're still saying two different things. We're just saying. I've been the one saying what you're saying. I've been the one saying not all Igbos are Biafra agitators. But I'm saying right now, where is the Biafra agitation? That's all the question.
I'm asking you, my brother. Have you gone to someone like Simon Ekpa's page? Maybe I don't even know if he's streaming today. You will find 5,000 people watching, 5,000 sometimes at the same time. So where are those people? All of them, just go and look at the comments. Everything everybody is saying there is no election, referendum, all that. That is what you see most people putting there. So how can you now say that there is no longer?
I'm part of those 5,000 views, by the way. So that doesn't really mean I'm a Biafra agitator.
So hold on, Nzibidi. The one person still keeping Nnamdi Kanu's name alive, funnily enough, is myself. If not for my holy song,
you don't be caught up in your own glory. You see, go to the. Are you trying to tell me that you're not watching Simon Ekpa? That's why you're saying that.
I don't bother.
Okay, how come he has thousands of people watching him live? So that's why I'm saying that you can't let us not make this thing tribal. Because when we start saying that where are they, it's as if we are trying to create a narrative that is not there. Because if you go there, you will see all of them. They are still saying, even yesterday, they made you are the one who brought a topic here. Was it 2 days ago that Simon Ekpa have declared no election? So why are we asking where are they? They are active. The people you're seeing right now are the people who were not, either they were not in support so much of agitation, or they were silent, they were quiet. So now they've seen something that they can put their energy, or they can a cause that they can believe in and follow. And what is the point of even criticizing these people? Are you people not still the same people that were always shouting that why don't you make your movement political?
No, yes, I agree with that. I agree that they've come back home. So they've come back.
So we should welcome Biafran back home.
Welcome back.
Welcome back home. We missed you. So there it is. Nnamdi Kanu, bye-bye. So it's a
no, they have to release Nnamdi Kanu, and I have a strong feeling that they will release him this month. I have a strong feeling.
This month.
I've always my predictions have always. I don't know if you've been noticing.
And we go and
I understand these people.
It will depend on Peter Obi's performance. It will depend on Peter Obi's performance. If Peter Obi is getting too popular, they will release Nnamdi Kanu to go and disrupt the space.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? All right. All right, back to Babati. So that was a good little intermission there by Black Vegan and CBD. But back to you, Babati. You were with the just the Nigeria that they are fighting for. They don't know that Buhari has already sold it completely.
Right, right. It's so I it's I don't even know. I don't even know. I think people understand the enormity of the damage done. I think we will only find out after he's left office. Someone that can actually open the books and tell us the damage. So I hopefully we can get somebody there that can repair it or fix the problem. If not, it will be. I don't even think we'll survive. But to speak on, because I don't want to talk about Qatar because it's just you guys. It's like a daily thing now. So I'm trying to avoid that, but what I have to speak about on it anyways. Um, him not picking a VP. I mean, Okupe is from Ogun State, so I think he's a placeholder. You know, even if he doesn't like that label, it's a placeholder. But in a Senate society, that would have been political suicide because I can't vote for you if you're not prepared to. You know, at this point, you should have someone in mind to put down. And if you're still doing all this places because you're waiting for a coalition, I can't trust you with the office. So, like in America now, when they tell you that this is the deadline, you have to find somebody before the deadline. You cannot just put somebody there temporarily looking for somebody else. So I don't know why they were like that. That would be allowed in Nigeria, but anyways, it's Nigeria. Anyways, what is new? But to the economy, that's my own concern. Anybody coming in, please let's focus on the experience on economy, on economic issues, on businesses, on debt services, on foreign export and import. They are very vital to Nigeria. And I don't blame Obi for going to Egypt. If that will help Nigeria, so be it. I don't even see the big deal. People made like a some big deal or something. If it's going to help Nigeria if he wins, then let him do that. So anybody that had that kind of experience should be allowed to govern. But we don't want the same old politicians anymore.
All right, well put, Babati. And Babati, Tinubu also using a placeholder for his vice presidential slot.
Yeah.
What are you reading into that,
That
Babati?
that kind of surprised me though. I was surprised that I mean, they said he's a political strategist, so I'm thinking, if he said it Emilio Con, right? So that means he already knew he was gonna Clinton ticket. So I would think that he's had somebody in mind for a while. So I'm kind of taken back that that kind of surprised me a little bit. So, but the Muslim ticket thing, I know people say it does not matter. Yeah, it does not matter if it's a Muslim because there's no way they're not going to vote for a Christian ticket. That's never going to happen. You're not going to have a Christian ticket and expect to win the votes from the north. So I think that we just has to find somebody in the north that is a Christian that some way somebody they can endure. But I don't see that happening. I think Tinubu has a tougher road to the presidency based on that decision alone. His choice of VP will make or mar him. So whoever he picks as a VP from the north will determine if he wins or lose. That is how big it is for Tinubu. Atiku does not have that problem. Okay, but Tinubu, I'm saying that is his biggest hurdle. His VP choice will determine whether he wins or lose the election. That's how big it is. So I understand why he has to do that, but at the same time, I don't get because they said he's an experienced guy, but when it comes to that, the importance of it to him winning, it kind of makes sense a little bit. But so based on his so-called experience and political, sagacity, whatever, I'm kind of surprised at the same time. So that's just the thing.
Do you think it's indecision or strategic thinking that's still holding up that space?
I think he was going to do the Muslim thing. I think it was the pushback that he got. Like those people, they have their own posters too. When it comes to election, people have that will poll, survey the internet, go on the streets, ask people questions in regards to their position on issues. I think it was going to go for a Muslim ticket initially, but I think the pushback and the Owo thing kind of made it worse. Okay, what happened in Owo, it kind of so the pushback he got from that might have been the reason why they are starting to reevaluate. But one man, okay, let me just put it back to the panel. Do you think it's possible that the North of today, not the 90s of today, we accept somebody being a Christian, being their rep in the quarters of power in the presidency.
Let engineer take that on, just so because we've not yet heard his voice. So you heard what Babati is putting to you. So how would you respond to that?
Sorry, I didn't catch what he said.
Repeat the question now, Babati.
I was asking that, the dynamics of Nigeria, they'll say that somebody has to be a Christian or a Muslim, right? That's what they want for president and VP. But I'm saying that Tinubu is in a bind right now. But if you pick somebody that is a Christian from the north, do you think the north will accept somebody, a Christian from the north, being their representative in the presidency? Because I know in the south we tend to go either way. They can do Muslim or Christian in the south, but I've never seen where somebody that is Christian in the north is their representative. So I'm asking that if Tinubu picks somebody that's a Christian, we did accept that in the north.
Of course, why not? Why not? It's something that Nigeria has been doing for a long time, and it's something that is going to continue. It's just we the individuals that we're thinking we're thinking maybe Christian would take the presidency, and maybe the vice will come from the Christianity as well. But if you check it properly, the history of Nigeria is either Muslim Christian or Christian Muslim. That's how it has been going. So it's something that the political alliance they always sit down to analyze things. So they just want to to make things balanced. They just want to make it 50-50, so that maybe other religion, they won't say, okay, you've taken that position and we deserve that. It's something that is ongoing, something, and I believe they will definitely continue with it. I don't see them stopping.
Yeah, the reason I put that to is because the Nigeria of today is different from the 90s, where we still have some kind of tolerance. I think I shared it once on this platform that back in the 80s, early 80s in Nigeria growing up, I used to attend every festival for Egungun festival. We go there to eat, and when my grandparents had their Muslim festival, whatever, we went there as well, and we went to for Christmas as well. That was the Nigeria I used to know. But in the 90s, late 90s, things kind of, don't go there because they are witches and there was some kind of division that came up. Don't let me name any names, but the Idahosa dynamics came in. Those televangelists came in and told you your mom was a witch. Those people were bad. Kind of changed things a little bit. So I'm saying that the Nigeria that you speak of back then is different from the Nigeria of now. That religious divide is well defined.
We are losing you somewhat, Babati, but I think Ifeanyi has a contrary.
Political, not to look at.
We're losing you. You're dipping quite heavily. But Ifeanyi, you had a contrary view to what that expressed by engineer Ifeanyi.
Yeah, from what I know currently right now, the North will not accept a Northern Christian, because right now there's so much blasphemy, killings, and all that going on. So it's a big problem. The North will prefer a Muslim to go with them, preferably. So that's where Tinubu would have a really big problem. If he goes with a Christian Northerner, they will definitely just go and vote Atiku. You understand? That's the way he's looking at right here. And also,
can I interject?
Yeah, you can make your point.
Yeah, I completely disagree with you, because the North is not all about they be Muslims. We have up to, out of 10, we have up to 45 or 50 of Christians in the North. So if you're saying the Northerners, they're gonna go for Muslim as vice, I will completely disagree with you because if you've been in the north, you stay there, you live there, you can see it clearly that the Christians, they do their things, the Muslims, they do their things, apart from the incident that is happening currently right now in Nigeria.
Yeah, I get you, but if you look at the north, it's majority Muslim. And where do we have the Christians in the north? They are all in the from Atiku side, the south and the northeast, and they are not even much there. Yes, they are there, but they don't have that weight when it comes to this election and all that. Even Zulu and Shetima or something like that. I think those guys are Christians, but the truth is those guys don't have the weight
No, they are both
to
Muslims. They are both Muslims. I don't really
Zulu.
think you've studied the North.
No. Wait, it's Zulu. Zulu. You know, Zulu is
I
also.
repeat, they are both
It's a
Muslims. They're
Muslim,
not Christian.
Baba Gana Zulum is a Muslim.
Okay.
Abagana
Yeah.
Zulum,
Sorry.
Kashim Shetima, they are all
Yeah.
Muslims from
I
the
was talking of
Northeast.
the plateau. Oh, sorry. I think I
No,
made a
no, I
mistake.
think you mean Lalong. Do you mean
Yeah.
Lalong somewhere there?
Lalong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking about Lalong. Sorry, I made a mistake. Yeah, if you look at it, they don't really have. He doesn't really have that weight because they're even thinking about using him, but he doesn't have that weight to actually pull the numbers in the north. So that's just an issue that they're kind of having right now. So from what me I'm seeing, it will be dicey for him. Tinubu is having a real problem picking his vice. That's why he's even using a placeholder right now. From what me I know, because right now
If
I'm in
I
the
can,
north.
let me also
Can I please
Yeah,
add to this? Can
yeah,
I?
before you add to it, let me bring Solomon in. Solomon is in Abuja, so he's a real on the floor temperature of what is going on. So Solomon, the conversation that Babati initiated, that will the North be accepting of Tinubu having a Christian Northern running mate? Is this something that is being discussed? What is your feel of the temperature? Because Abuja, of course, the epicenter of everything. So, what is your feel of that as a talking point in Abuja? Do you get the sense that the North, even now, but traditionally, will be accepting of a Northern Christian vice with a Southern Muslim principle? What is your feel of that, Solomon? Solomon, unmute yourself. Solo, you don't
Yeah.
sleep? Yeah, go
No.
on.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good morning, everybody. Yeah.
Good morning.
Concerning this Tinubu not Muslim thing, you know, these people, they are very. Tinubu is a very strategic man, and with the kind of northern backing to the people backing him in the north, is even that one. This one he brought out this Masiri saying that he's just for now to so that they can surpass the INEC deadline. He's going to still pick a Muslim because there's no notable person from the north. There's nobody that is a very prominent person that can call out vote for him. If he like the way a Muslim person can call out vote for him, so he's going to still choose it. But he has people who are very who are very powerful in the north there with him. So I think maybe that will be what to give him the confidence to. And they've already mapped out the states they want their vote is going to come out from. They know where their vote is going, where their winning is going to come out from. So I don't think.
What are people feeling about the possibility of a Muslim APC ticket? What is the temperature of Abuja on that topic?
Yeah, most people are not really. Most people are not really in support of it. Most people are not really in support of. So they are just saying. Some people are just saying like this guy has lost the election. Like they are just saying, it's not like that is what some people are just saying. Most people are not really in support of it. But Abuja is not really the core north. So the core north is like especially the northwest. That is where that is where people where those people, if those people, what those people will say concerning his election is those people that would determine how his election is going to be, how the outcome of the election is going to be for this his ticket that he has taken.
Do you have northern friends? Do you have northern friends there in Abuja?
No, I don't have no that
Well,
funds.
there it is. So
Woman,
yeah, go on.
I have northern friends, and some of them don't want the Muslim ticket, but the core north, trust me, the core north are ready to go with it. That's why even Erufai came out
Define
and
the core north. Give us the
okay, now the
geographical.
core for
The
the core north,
northwest.
yeah, exactly. Northwest, you have
I told
Kano,
you this thing is strategy already. We've already
Katsina, and Kebbi, all those
Kaduna.
areas. Kaduna is not central, and Kebbi, Sokoto, all
No,
those places.
Kaduna is northwest too.
But Kabiduna is more
It's kind,
libertarian than
it's
is an
Kaduna
educated
is kind of
city.
it's kind of divided. They have Kaduna North, Kaduna
Yeah,
South.
Kaduna South. That is
Yeah, the
Christian and
South.
Muslim.
Yes, I know they have their own tension. So some people there will want to have that. Is even in the North Central that you hear them say, no, the Muslim ticket won't work. They want a Muslim Christian ticket, that kind of a thing. So it's a problem for Tinubu actually right now in Nigeria. Yeah.
Oh, woman.
Sorry.
But another thing, sorry, I wanted to make a point. Another thing is what is really affecting them right now is that for the Electoral Act is working against them. The Electoral Act won't allow a candidate that is holding a position in a particular election year leave his political party and go to another political party to hold another position there, that kind of thing. So that merger between Kwankwaso or any other party is not going to happen. So the problem is this guys in the Senate, they didn't really read this Electoral Act. They were just saying sign it, and it's now coming back to bite them. You know, a lot of people that have seats currently right now, they might not even come back again. You understand? Some people are losing their seats. So it's a very dicey issue for them. That Electoral Act is really messing them up because they didn't even take into consideration of the
Please,
things.
what is the Electoral Act that is not making it to come back?
It says, this is what it says: if a candidate in a political party has vied for a position, ran the primaries, and won, he can't. If he leaves his political party and moves to another one, he can't. He's not expected. He will not be able. He will not be allowed to hold a political position where he's going to contest for. The only thing he can do is to withdraw before the primaries. So when you withdraw from the primaries, it will not allow you to go to another political party to now contest there and win. So, but if you contest and you lose, that is it. You cannot jump party. If you jump party, you have to wait for another election year. So that's just
So I say Lawan cannot decamp right now.
yeah. If he decamps, he can't get a position. He can't rule, like get a seat.
But what Labour and NNPP, what they are looking to form is an alliance. But I'm not sure they're looking to merge.
No. See, like now,
what you are saying, even with that alliance, the two principles of the party, they cannot synergize to form a ticket.
Yes, they can't. But they can come to the party can merge, but you cannot have, let me say, P2B and then Kwankwaso is vice, or Kwankwaso and P2B is vice. That kind of thing can't work. It will come back to bite them.
Then there's nothing in it for Kwankwaso to form an alliance with Peter Obi.
Exactly. And also too, for the for this one that they just passed, if you've served in a government as a vice president, 2 tenures, if you want to come out as a president, you can only do 1 tenure.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the club that was holding Jonathan back.
No, that's not vice president.
The reason why
even president, Jonathan did 6 years.
President, even president. If you've done it twice, in a way like that, like
if you've done it once, you cannot do it twice.
Yeah, you cannot.
That's what holding Jonathan.
Yeah, that one is also there. So
did they even read the bill before they passed it at all?
They didn't read. See, they did not read the bill. You see, Ahmed Lawan is just a problem. That guy, even that's what is affecting the our debts that we are having now. They will just pass a bill. It will come. This guy will just sign. Will just agree. As in, just so nonsense in the Senate like this. The man really messed up.
He's a dumb man.
because that man will just allow, they will just pass a bill, he will sign it, go. Buhari,
So
they
long
will
as
not
they
even
pay him his own
oppose it.
dollars, Abi.
Yes, Buhari, even if Buhari brings something, they will not even go through it or go against it, like how Saraki was really making it difficult for them. No, the thing was just rubbish. Even the House of Reps, Bajamila, even look as if the House of Reps was more organized than the Senate. I'm telling you, man, those men have really messed up the country, sincerely speaking.
That's
So
why I said that we should scrap the Senate early. You know, I said it would save us money and it would save us this nonsense. Let's just
Babati, quick one. Apart from what you're telling on the platform now, I want to Tiobala you for you to make sure that outside in that space, you are a tribal man. You're supposed to call the rest of the pastors in Yoruba land. If you know what I'm talking about.
The what now?
When you're talking about the festival that stopped in 90s in Yoruba land.
No.
You supposed to call that pastors.
Are you fighting for your own man?
Wait,
He's the one that opened that space now. He's the one that opened that miracle space.
Let's calm down. Let me reply him now. The first televangelist in Nigeria was.
I know. I'm just joking. I saw with you.
And God will make eyes and wonders. That was the first guy that first came and broke up that dynamics in Yoruba land. Before you could go to anywhere and enjoy regardless of the faith or religion. That was so.
Yeah, understand. No, I'm not doubting you, but I said I'm just joking. I said with you, Bala you.
All right. I think that was in humor.
But let me add one more thing, one man. You remember I spoke of the Muslim Christian ticket, and that will affect the northern votes, right? But if Tinubu goes for a Muslim ticket, now how about the south now? Would they be comfortable with a Muslim ticket down south?
Tinubu has to go for a Muslim ticket to guarantee himself the presidency.
Yeah, but people in the south, would they be comfortable with the Muslim with the way Nigeria is right now?
They will live with it more than them.
They will live with it, one man.
Can I interject?
No, one man, no. It's a problem now. Even
it's a problem. I'm saying.
Churches are coming out and speaking against it. One man. Me, I'm in Nigeria currently.
You see what I'm saying now? So either way, it's a problem. Either way, it can't win.
It's a problem.
So if he goes,
I thought he picked his VP today. Today Friday, right? It's midnight because I'm already Saturday here in Japan, so it's confusing.
Yes, just hold on, just to bring you up to speed. A world peace. Labour Party and APC, they've announced their vice presidential candidates, but the people they have announced they are not going to be the vice presidential candidates come the election time. They've just put in people's names to fulfill the INEC deadline. But there's a 30-day window within which they can still change it round. So they've still not settled on who their vice presidential candidates will be. So all they have are placeholders at the moment. So
really?
Yeah. So let me get back to Ifeanyi. Ifeanyi, I want to take you to a place because you seem to be following the Nigerian politics very closely, and you, Solomon, as well. You can straddle it alongside Ifeanyi. But you mentioned Ahmed Lawan. So now in YOBE senatorial district, wherever he comes from, because he had gone for the presidency, he couldn't straddle 2 tickets. So the senatorial seat that he had held for 17 years, the ticket had gone to another guy called Machina. So that guy now, he has that ticket, and he says he's not giving it up for anybody, to the point that he even appeared on television to defend his mandate. But then when the APC uploaded names onto the portal of INEC, they substituted this guy's name for Ahmed Lawan, who did not even run the primaries for that ticket. So is that making the news in Nigeria, Ifeanyi?
I saw the news. Okay.
Oh, let Solomon go first. One of you, either one. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the news. And I was surprised to see such kind of thing. I was like, this guy, they said that he cannot come back to power. Like somebody else has already taken the ticket. Like somebody won the ticket. So how come he's coming back again for it? So man, I don't even understand that as in how they played it at their politics there.
You remember earlier when you were doing the live stream? Yeah, I was at work before I made my own comment on the afternoon session. While that was going on in the office, a news broke out. Ahmed Lawan threatened to jump to PDP. That's what he did. So he said he would leave APC and go to PDP if they don't give him that ticket. And that guy said that it's his long-time dream to become a senator. You understand? So that was the politics, and he threatened to betray them and stuff like that. So along the line, within a few minutes, within some couple of hours, they had to talk to the guy and calm him down, tell him to just step down, let this guy pick it and go. Because if he hadn't done that, they would have had a PDP person right now. You understand? If he had moved, if Ahmed Lawan had moved to PDP, currently we do not have a switch in political party, and they don't want that to happen. Why he's
But he was not in the primary, so how do you get a ticket without in the primary?
Without going through the primary?
Yeah, this is not illegal.
It's not illegal. You know, the way they change, first of all, when they passed the first electoral bill, Buhari told them to go back, you understand, and change it. So that going back to change it, they now have to, because he wanted them to have more than one options to have the primaries. Like he didn't want it to be just a direct primary. So you want them to have consensus and one other option, which I've actually forgotten. So what they did is this: they just use it as a consensus in a kind of way to make sure that he gets that seat and come back. Because Ahmed Lawan has been in the government since 1999. You understand? He started with House of Reps. You understand? So that guy is an old person there. So they have to come to an agreement. APC are having some small issues inside there. So they don't want those issues to come
consensus,
out.
But people have to agree. They said they all have to agree for it to be a consensus.
Yes. So they all have to sit down.
But the man they are fighting is not agreeing to that. So I don't know
how
that.
Sorry, hold on. Let's hear from the man. Sorry, and then we come back to you, Ifeanyi. Let's hear from the chap at the heart of the matter. Where is he? I had him up just now. So here he is. Yeah. I wonder how they determine what advert to play to people.
I'm being joined now by Mr. Bashir Sharif Machina. Thank you so much for coming tonight on the program.
Thank you very much.
What is happening? I mean, you've raised an alarm over the ticket of your party.
Yeah.
And you've said there is pressure on you. Who is mounting the pressure?
Well, specifically, the pressure is more or less speculative. Speculative in the sense that a group of people may be agitating for someone to come and take over the ticket that was actually given to me by the electorates, putting the speculation that maybe someone should come and take over. There wasn't any clear-cut person or message directly that says I should step down. But from the headquarters of my party, recently I was informed that if I'm still in the rest, that I should actually write formally to inform the party that I am still the candidate that I am. So
where did the letter come from?
No, they requested.
Is it by verbally? They requested verbally?
Yeah,
or in writing?
You know, we are in the process of following up, finding out if the nomination forms and what have you are ready. We are filling the personal particulars form submission and what have you. Then this question comes: are you still in the race?
Who asked that question?
Yeah, from the party headquarters. And then, of course, I said I am the candidate that was duly elected by the electors, the delegates that participated in the senatorial primary elections in the YOBE North Senatorial District. So then I formally wrote a letter to the party reiterating and affirming my position that, look, I am still the candidate. I did not withdraw, and I'm not withdrawing, and I'm in the rest, just in the event anybody is contemplating or doubting that there is any move. So the pressure, the threat, or maybe the agitation by some people that this very mandate that was given to me by members of the APC in the recently concluded senatorial primary election still stands. This mandate stands, is with me. I'm not withdrawing. I am in the rest. I did not attempt and didn't share that with anybody.
Oh, okay, so that's the chap. That was about 2 days or so ago, Ifeyin.
Yeah.
So now, he did not sound like a man that was ready to give up anything to me. I don't know how it sounded to you, but by magic and osmosis, abracadabra, now he's no more. So what happened there?
So the truth about the matter is they are hiding the information, but currently from what I got, because I'm close with some APC and PDP people, so what I heard is they bullied him out of it. They sat him down, talked to him, told him that he should drop it because they don't want Ahmed Lawan to decamp to the PDP. Because he told the party that if they don't give him that ticket, he's going to decamp and he'll definitely work against the APC. So they bullied him out of it. That's just a simple fact. They bullied him out of it. Even the guy, from his statement, his body language, you can see that he's trying to hide some specific information.
Yes.
And he doesn't want to let things out. And he's even
within
scared.
the party.
It's just an issue within their party. So even people, APC has small issue. I won't say that have a crisis. It's a small issue going on within the party. So they are trying to resolve that issue so that they don't have this anti-party politics that might happen, because that is the next thing that is looking forward, that is going to happen in this election. Some people who play anti-party politics and they are trying to avoid it in the APC.
All right, let's hear from Solomon. So Solomon, you have been monitoring that space too. Is your reading of that space the same as what Ifeyin just described, Solomon?
Yes. Even with the way the guy is even talking, you will know that it is the elders in the party, like the party members that have already told the leaders in the party. They have instructed him to drop that seat for that position for Ahmed Lawan. Just like even so it's the leaders in the party. Just like this guy too that still dropped that still said he's leaving. With what they did to him, he said he was leaving Shinapela, but because maybe he's not too relevant to them, they did not do the same thing, because unlike the role Ahmed Lawan will play in APC in this election, he's still from the northeast too, and he's going to still, if he goes to join the PDP, that means APC will totally take control of that, northeast too, and or if they don't take total control, but PDP, if Ahmed Lawan, assuming they did not do what they just said, what the guy did not do what they instructed him by stepping down for Ahmed Lawan, he goes to PDP, he will distract they will take from the vote of APC that APC are supposed to have to PDP. So that would be one of the reasons why they've told him. But what Ife said is very correct. It was the party there that they advised him to drop the seat for Ahmed Lawan.
So by advice,
Solomon.
Hold on, please. By advice, you mean a bag full of a boot full of dollars? Is that the sort of
this is politics now. They might promise him another position definitely once the election is over. This is politics. We should understand how this politics in Nigeria. Nothing goes for nothing. So him stepping down, he's already angry, but normally, and there are people apart from political stuff too. They are Fulani people, so they must definitely have understanding within themselves. It's not like other people that might want to break out. And look at the way he's talking, but he's still holding himself not to spill out everything. He's just saying the ones he can just give to the public, but within him, he knows what has played already.
I'm disappointed because I wanted Ahmed Lawan's political career to end here, but I wanted to ask you a question now.
It's me. Okay.
Hold on. The reason why sorry, Mr. Bidi. The reason why they really felt threatened, not because they say he will decamp to PDP, because if he decamp to PDP, that electoral act will hold his balls. And two, Lawan does not really pull weight. His name doesn't really pull weight in YOBE. He has been there on that Muslim religious ground to be on that space. You notice the most northern, they always stay in Senate longer. They hold their district longer, except is out of favor, and they will take him out and they put somebody in there. The reason why they consider that ticket, giving that ticket, they don't want the Senate president to go to the South. This guy is the deputy Senate president. If he decamp, this guy becomes the Senate president, Omar Gege.
Yeah.
Don't want to share
no,
power.
no.
There's only 8 months left. I'm not
No,
sure.
If he decamp, he cannot hold that position. He said
He will.
decamp.
That's what happened to
No. See,
Saraki now.
Alberti just decamp. He's not minority leader anymore. You have to drop that position. The new electoral law, you have to drop that position. If he decamp, he cannot be a majority. He cannot be a Senate president under PDP. He's a PDP, he's APC.
No. See what I'm saying. If he decamps, he's still serving. What I'm saying is, if he decamps,
but the Senate. See, listen to me. The Senate president will go to deputy.
No, he cannot be the majority leader if he's in the minority party now.
Yeah.
Yes,
and
I agree with you. I'm not doubting that.
Senate president goes to Omar Gege. Omar Gege is the deputy Senate president. The Senate president will not go to the South. Do you see what I just said?
Agree with you. I agree with you.
That is their fear.
That's one of it. Another thing is, if he goes to PDP, obviously he's not going. The electoral to make him not have a position. But like what I said, he will play anti-party politics because a lot of that is going down on the ground. Even the day that Ahmed Lawan lost that APC this in primaries, he was at Atiku's house that same night. You can see these politicians, APC, they are all the same.
Okay, let me finish my question.
Sorry.
Buhari still have loans to borrow. That's why they need him there. It's still 8 months. There's still more loans to be signed. So
because he just keeps signing and not.
Yes,
and not
that's the reason they need him there. There are more loans, and he has to sign. Sorry, you can go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, let me just say this, woman. Today I have a small duty I have to attend to. But I just wanted to say this as regards to what Ifeanyi has been saying. So I think I've said several times, and also some of these conspiracy theories is true. It's true. Some, I'm not saying all. Like these politicians of or should I say the Northern Cabal. These people, they don't care about APC or PDP. All those are vehicles. APC has served its purpose. It was a vehicle for Buhari to get there. So the thing is that if they ever wanted the South to get this thing in APC, to be honest with you, they won't give it to even Tinubu. They won't give it to Tinubu because these people have calculated. This is my opinion, before anybody. This is just how I'm reading it. These people have calculated all these things from the beginning. They know the bottlenecks. They know the opposition. They know the challenges that Tinubu will face from the beginning. So for them, you're talking about Lawan going immediately to see Atiku, and you're saying because of loan and all that. I'm telling you, my brother, these people, even Peter Obi is not a Labour Party, and Peter Obi is not excluded from what I'm saying. You will not find any. They will not find any current mainstream, what people will consider mainstream politicians. They will not find anyone to be their running mate right now, including Obi. Maybe we'll get somebody else, but all those people that we are talking about.
Tinubu will not struggle to find a mainstream politician to be his running
mate.
No,
he won't.
Peter Obi will.
Peter Obi, yes, will. Tinubu won't, but they know that a Muslim ticket will be his undoing in most parts of the country, especially in the south and in the north central. So, and they know that, that is one of the reasons that is one of the stones that is going to hit and fall in this election. And they'll just watch him. They know what they are doing. These people are one. They've all given Atiku this thing. They have given Atiku this thing from the beginning.
No, you're 100% right.
Yes, he's right.
There's a theory. Sorry, Ifeanyi. There's a theory that says that remember that Atiku won the 2019 election, and he was ready to smash up the whole country because he was so angry. But there's a theory that says that they assured him that, yes, I will give you back your mandate at the next round. And we have seen meetings with this same Ahmed Lawan, Mia Malabuni, and somebody that looked like Masari from Katsina State, all in meeting with Atiku just barely 3-4 months ago. So yes, that is part of the conversations in play, that they are going to give Atiku his mandate back in 2023.
Yeah.
The only this election, if you ask me, is just I don't mean to disregard Tinubu and all his supporters, but I'm saying the only major contest now is between Peter Obi's people and Atiku. The only problem that Peter Obi has, the only problem Peter Obi has is
forget Peter Obi, man. We were talking serious politics. And
CBD, I gave you 100% before. Now I'm reducing it to 80%.
No,
I just gave you 100%.
Sometimes let's keep it in realistic. If we want to do comic
Yeah,
something,
let's be realistic.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, wait now.
Peter Obi is just a comic something.
Okay, I've heard you. I've told you that according to this, whatever people will regard as cabal and all those people, they have all gone for Atiku, not Peter Obi. The only thing now, Peter Obi is he obviously is championing the hopes and aspirations of every other person in the, especially from the south, and also
You know that. Sorry, and CBD, I keep interrupting you. I'm not even interjecting. I'm interrupting. But if you know that, if you are saying they are going to scheme that Tinubu out to give give Atiku the presidency, that means they are going to rig the election. So what chance then does Peter Obi come into play at all?
it will be very hard to rig if it is overwhelmingly looking like somebody win in every part. One man in the country I was for a long time, one of these African nations, let me not say it right now. Anytime that these people, anytime that it's very hard for them to rig when they see the massive support, and even if they do, it's usually very clear.
Yeah, but Peter Obi doesn't have that massive support now, not nationwide.
But you can't say the support is not growing by the day, one man. You can't say the support, and this is
it's not growing.
Can I interject, one man?
It's not nationwide. Come on, Mr. BD man. But
Can I interject?
Go on, engineer.
Yeah, something we need to realize here is the founder of Peter Obi is PDP. So regardless how people end up championing him or saying one or two things, something we need to realize here is without PDP, Peter Obi would never be known today. So let's just have that in mind. And whatever he's doing, we wish him all the best. But when it comes to reality, we'll see what will happen. So that's the only thing I can say for now.
All right, thank you. So hold on, gentlemen. I want to seek to start to round off. We come up to the 4-hour mark, but let me acknowledge Play Summer Super Chat. The Electoral Act. The Electoral Act was copy and paste. Banana Republic National Assembly. So more Banana Republic really under Ahmed Lawan than I think probably he will go down in the history books as the worst
Senate president
in the history of mankind. The Electoral Act was copied and pasted, Banana Republic National Assembly. It wasn't under Bukola Saraki, of course, but then it's done a 360. It's the worst of everything. It was just where do I sign? Have you played Danladi My Dollars? You know, he's my middleman. He says they paid. Oh, that's just all he is, just a nonsense person. But there it is, right there. Yeah, go on.
Well, one man, are we done?
More or less. Did you want to add something?
No, I thought you were going through more headlines.
All right. Let me come to you then. Let me take you to the space of. Do you want to go to the space of Father MBAKA, or do you want to go to the space of the vice presidential slot? Which placeholder?
The vice presidential slot is the vice presidential slot.
Okay, so go there. So Doyin Okupe versus a silhouette from APC.
If you watch in this election, the most prepared party is and these people are ready to start work. It's PDP. They are well prepared in everything, even in their convention. I watched PDP's convention, I watched APC's convention. PDP is organized. Like if they might be the people they are thieves, but these people are they are educated. The fact that they went to school used to play in the actions they take, in the way they behave. They try to organize themselves very well, as in everything they do properly. But look at APC, look at okay, let's say Labour Party. There is just something like, it's just impromptu, like something that just came up unexpectedly, and they were not prepared on time. Like it's just something that just came out immediately. So we'll not really blame them. But APC is not. They are set of disorganized people. They are really disorganized. We don't need APC in this country again. To be honest, we don't need them. But
you're
look
an
at PDP.
man. You are an article man, though.
Yes, now apart from being an article man, but look at the way they organize, they run things in the both parties. You see how organized PDP are. They are. Taking Okowa is not a bad idea. I keep saying it is a very good idea, because Okowa, Wike is not bad to assuming it would have not been bad assuming he took him. But I see people saying that him taking Okowa, he has shot himself in the leg. He did not shoot himself in the leg. Okowa is just like a gentle tiger. He's not somebody that makes noise, but he's a mafian, as in the sense that, as in, he's a political mafia, somebody that can call out people that people respect in the South. So him taking everything about these people, they are playing their game well. That is PDP. They are playing their game very, very well. Him taking, you see, even in weakest states, I've watched that the day after he lost the election, the day before he lost that primaries. This guy Asari Dokubo came. I was talking. He was saying, how will you that when you are not even in your home, you are not even in good terms with your, as in you apart from not being the what even brought about him not being in good terms with people, the way he talks to his people, the way he not and the job people, they are not in support of him. So how will you expect the way he talks? We know he can carry out.
It's too difficult to handle, Abi.
Yes, we know that. Please, okay. Wait, please hold on. We know he can. If they put him there, he would carry out. He will do things. He will walk, but he will disturb the person on top of him. But watch Okowa. Okowa is a very loyal guy. People are saying Okowa is a boy. He's not a boy. He's somebody that understands the game. He's somebody that knows how the game of politics is. Imagine the way Delta State, how he came about in Delta State. The year Oduaga won election, it would have been Okowa that it was Okowa that won, but because of how Okowa is loyal, they had to tell him to wait, hold on, that let Oduaga go. After Oduaga, it will be him. And that was how he played the game. He's a man that understands that everything, your turn must still come, and he knows what, as in, he's well educated to me, as in, not just to me, as in, that is just the fact. And he understands politics well. He's a politician, a gentle politician.
But is he as appealing to Nigerians as somebody like Wike? Everybody
knows. No. See, let me tell you something. I think somebody like Tinubu now, everything is strategy. They know that the politics in Nigeria now is changing somehow. So now, they understand that it's regional politics that they need to play. Like like somebody like Tinubu now, where he's looking at is the Northwest, and his friends in the Northeast, they should help him deliver the way they can. But you see that Northwest that is where, if you watch the way the people around there are really backing him, that is where he's looking at. That is where he's putting all his where he's giving him more hope of becoming the president of Nigeria. Just like the way Atiku now, it's not like he has already known now that Obi has already taken the Southeast. So he knows that Wike is not leaving PDP. He's going to still work he will still work for them in PDP. But he knows that Okowa too will still deliver well in the South. Do you understand? He's not doing like elect him down there saying if Okowa is a national, if Okowa has a national voice or national
But what are you
personality.
saying, Solomon? What are you saying to the assertion that the Southeast will ultimately cost the PDP, because that's one of their main strongholds, and that of course.
Yeah, that one is true now. That one is true. Southeast is going to P2B. It's going to P2B.
Well, is that not going to cost the PDP the presidency?
It's going. It will, but
because they are not gaining anything back. They are losing that large.
They are not. See.
Yeah.
What do you mean by they are losing? They are losing. Are you saying
the PDP is going to lose all of those votes from the Southeast, which Peter
It's not all. It's not all. It's not all. There are still some. They will still get.
But they'll lose most of their votes to Peter Obi, especially from what we're hearing, the movement. You know. So so they lose their votes in the Southeast to Peter Obi, but they are not going to gain those lost votes back anywhere else.
Let's not forget the North Central. The North Central, even if APC still have the chairman, national chairman of APC is from North Central, but we still have some other, like Benue State now, they must vote PDP. Benue State must vote PDP. They will still have other states there that will still definitely vote PDP too.
Yeah, but let's say they hold on to their traditional spaces like they did, but they lose the Southeast. And even when they held on to traditional places, they lost last election. So they are even going to lose by a wider margin just because of Peter Obi's factor.
Yeah. In that Southeast, they are going to lose very well drastically. I don't really know how.
How are they going to win the election losing the Southeast? How would they win the election losing the Southeast?
Can I help Solomon?
No, hold on. Let Solomon have his say.
Yeah, I've just been reasoning that when I just think about that Southeast, I just be like, let these my people try and calm down first. I know that yes, even if the other tribes are saying P2B, there is no 100% from each tribes that will vote for P2B. The highest percent they might get is 15% from each tribes. To be honest, 15% is not 100% of each tribe.
Do you think they will even get up to that? Because I can't see them get
I'm just using that. I'm just giving them that percentage. It's not. You can't get 100% from each tribe, or even 50% from others people from. See, most people that were shouting P2B, as soon as this guy, what is his name, Tinubu just got that ticket of APC. People that was saying P2B, I just surprised. Everybody don't default to Tinubu, don't they say Ashiwaju? I can't see so that it was this period that just made me understand more that is regional politics deep down. People won't make their own go. But we now, I don't want to say we don't understand this thing. Maybe because if you check the statistics of people in Nigeria outside the country, it's more of Igbo people now that are outside Nigeria. So they are looking at because of the way they are now, how the government of that place works. So that's why most of them are encouraging their people at home, go and get your PVC so that we'll vote for P2B. But they don't know it is not like that. We need to still go back to the local way it has been in Nigeria so that we will be seen in our
Solomon, they are telling us there's a new politics now that you people you don't understand, that the young people.
Anyway, I don't want to say anything. Please, there was somebody that said he wanted to help me out. Can I hear from you?
You the fear made them not attack you. Why you know?
Comment section, don't deal with them.
I don't want to talk anything.
That's okay, man.
This Solomon.
Can I interject for a bit?
Wait, just 1 minute.
please wait. Let that person that wanted to say something before.
Yeah,
Let it just.
Yeah, he's speaking now in CBD. Yeah.
It's me. I was trying to
Thank
tell
you.
you when you were making every other thing you say. Obviously, I totally disagree. But the what you said about Okowa and is what I was agreeing with. Like you see, Wike himself, I said it here even before they announced Okowa, that it makes more sense for Atiku to go, and I see him going for someone like Okowa. Because at the end of the day, he's also still trying to, as much as he knows that Southeast, there's, his chances are very slim there. But he wanted someone that still aligns himself somehow, because we've had several times like Okowa from the since almost 2 years ago when I had him say that statement that there's no Delta Igbo, that Igbo is Igbo, that why are we calling Igbos in Delta Igbos? So that's someone that has from historically has been aligning himself. That's why you see they are pushing him out now as a bridge between what and what. It won't work. I don't think it will work, but that is someone that at least had that kind of how do you say past that can be used. But for Wike, the man allowed his personal beef with IPOB to make him come out one day and shout that he's not Igbo, that is from. You understand? Just because of he has a very strong whatever with IPOB, he just forgot.
Sorry. That
Emotional
was the
politics.
point. Sorry. You see that
Yeah.
Wike say he's not Igbo. That is where Amechi used to use that
Exactly.
have leverage that him in that region.
Amechi that is with APC and supporting Buhari is coming and saying that he's Igbo, that is more Igbo than Abaribe. Then Wike
Yes,
that is PDP is coming out telling us that it's not Igbo. So how does he think he will fit into this critical and crucial vice presidential slot for someone like Atiku? Because I think he knows that okay, Igbo, but he needs someone that is an Igbo man from the south, or someone that can easily transcend that space. So it's logical and for him to go for someone like, Okowa. Okowa
Yes,
today has
now.
done an interview on Arise TV and stating it in case of anybody that is doubting or that they say they do not believe. He has said it clearly that he's from the south and he's an Igbo man.
Yes,
He
I
said
did.
exactly.
That
That was
was
how
just yesterday,
he used
wasn't
the
it?
phrase.
Yeah.
Yes, yesterday, not today. Sorry. Yeah. So that is it. It makes more sense, and to your point when you said something like obviously we are not praying that Atiku will win, but if you're looking at one man is asking that where will he get the vote that he will lose from Southeast, but don't forget that I'm telling you that there's no way. Even if Tinubu makes some inroads, which I doubt, but even if he makes some inroads in the north, Atiku he cannot beat Atiku in the north. Let me put it that way.
No, you
He
can't
cannot.
say that. It can be. Look, Atiku is not popular in the north. If you want to know, don't say that is their Fulani. People detest Atiku in the north. They don't consider him to be even a proper Muslim. They say he covets with women and he drinks alcohol and all this other. So they don't especially rate him in the north.
One man
He's of equal
for
measure
their
to Tinubu in the north.
for their regional
Interest.
for their regional interests, all those things will not be considered for their
It's not a
regional
lie.
interest. Yeah, so all those things will not be. And also look at now the huge challenge that Tinubu has, because we end up now choosing Muslims because he thinks that will work. And before you know, if he is doomed if he does, and he's doomed if it doesn't. So he will go and choose Muslim, and before you know, a lot of people from the south and middle belt and even some part of the north will say no. So how do you think he stands a chance against Atiku? So
He's definitely going to choose a Muslim. He's
Yeah,
not choosing a
I
Christian.
think he's going to. There's no. It's not Simon Lalong does not cut it. So
Either
it's
man.
Ganduje or Kashim Shetima. These two
yes,
people. That is the
yes.
people he's going to choose.
Can I talk in
If
response to what CBD
Let,
said?
let engineer come in, and then you come in
Okay.
after him, and then after that I will start to round off. So, but engineer, yeah.
I don't know why we're wasting time talking about Tinubu will pick a Muslim as his vice. It's something that, if you look at Nigerian history, it has never happened. So it's something if he should go for a Muslim ticket, we should know that 100% he's gonna fail, because regardless of anything, he has to choose his vice as a Christian to make things balance. So that's for Tinubu for you. And my brother Solomon, back to you regarding Okowa. Okowa is a kunu boy for Atiku, because some time ago we used to have a coffee boy for Buhari. So if Atiku should pick Okowa definitely will be doing kunu for Atiku. So this is how it works. And Atiku don't need someone that will give him headache. Wike, if he should pick Wike today, Wike would definitely, that one is somebody that we all know is a drunkard. So he may end up spoiling the show for him. So that's why he decided to go and pick Okowa. Okowa will go there, maybe, if possible, if they win, he will go and sit down and behave just like the way Osinbajo does, you know. So things like this, when it comes to Nigerian politics, let's just keep watching and see what is going to play.
All right, brilliant. And then you wanted to add, Ifeanyi.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to CBD. Like, me, I'm from the southeast. The truth is, yes, the southeast has a following for P2B, no doubt. That is factual. But what me I want to remind most South people and Southeast people, this is the issue. We've known that past elections, what they always do is this. A lot of people in the Southeast will go and get their PVC. Now they've registered, done all those things. When it's time for them to collect, these political parties will go and bribe the people in the INEC not to release those PVCs, to reduce the amount of people that will come out and vote. Now, that is one. Number two, the ones that already have the PVCs that don't want to vote, that feel like they are not part of Nigeria, those ones will not vote. And that will reduce the numbers that is coming out from the East. Another one is this. There are people who have registered and they have not collected their PVC, and they are going back to go and re-register again to get a new PVC. That will make that PVC null and void. So what I'm saying is this. If they really want P2B to make an impact strongly, they need to educate their people. We need to educate the Easterners that this is how they need to go about getting their PVC. And when they get their PVC, they should also ensure that they don't have any contradicting stuff that will make their PVC or that will make their vote invalid. That is the point I'm making. Yes, I know the Southeast normally have their kind of like PDP and all that, but now they want to change. I'm not saying that PDP will get very low. They will get a good significant number. But what I'm trying to tell is that the game that they will try to play is to reduce the amount of people that vote from the Southeast. So even if APC doesn't get a very small amount, PDP gets a very small amount, but the amount that will P2B would get might not be really significant. So that is the thing that a lot of people in the Southeast don't know. Like when like I came into Nigeria 2015, so I didn't get my PVC. 2019, I didn't vote because I didn't want to vote. Now that I'm going to get my PVC, I went to do my biometrics at Abuja in this thing, Area 10, Garki. Majority of the people there doing their PVC are actually Southerners, South, and Southeast. I didn't even see majority of them. I didn't see Northerners coming out to do PVC and all that. And when we were there doing the PVC, trying to on the line, trying to do our biometrics, then other people trying to get their PVC, like start the new registration. People got frustrated because of how they would just come and take someone and pass the line. People got angry and went and blocked the gate. So they were screaming and they were telling them, no, people should come back, come and stay on the queue. They refused. So at the end of the day, INEC is actually shutting down by 2. This is no joke. I met people there who say they've been coming there for 2 weeks to register. They have not been able to register. INEC is actually slowing down this registration up for some certain ethnicity. So this is a valid information I'm telling you. So that's what I'm trying to say. So they should consider all these things in their plan to create and mobilize people that will vote for P2B. It's an advice. You understand? that me, I'm
Yes.
not giving.
Well, all right. So
So
Solomon,
okay.
round off your thoughts on your talking point, and then I will start to round off. So in CBD, I want to round off.
But he was responding to me. That was why I wanted to.
No, just please. Sorry, Solomon, please land your point.
My own is let's see somebody like this. Please excuse me. In CBD, are you an Igbo person? Hello. I want to ask you a question.
He's a rabbi. Malam.
Is he an Igbo? Is he an Igbo person?
I am.
Okay. You're an Igbo person. You are supporting P2B. Is fine. I don't know if there is any other person from another tribe here that is supporting P2B. Why I'm asking this question? Other people, other regions have their people in mind. Like for instance, now the three major people now that are contesting for this election is the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Fulani. That is the Hausa. Other people now they have we Igbo now we don't really have the leverage like the way these people have. Let's just try and be reasoning things the way it's not like because other 50% or 15% of other tribes now I'm now making noise saying P2B that the revolution want to happen in a political revolution, all those kind of things. We are not getting carried away.
This is what Insipid is doing, by the way.
And it's not making sense. Let's be facing reality.
The Yoruba man will abandon Tinubu and go and vote for.
Let's be facing reality. All of us now pack like this and go support P2B. Only one region cannot give him that seat. The 15 or 10 or 5% from other tribes will not still put him there. Let's just be realistic and let's anyway. This is just what I have to say. And people might think I'm saying rubbish. I'm saying facts.
Will mute me again.
No. You can talk since Solomon. I'm just trying to round it off. That's just because I think I've had enough. But respond to what Solomon said to you, and then I'll round off after that.
No, I'm saying that, like you said, that everybody is going for their region. So why do you have to? Now, why are they not thinking the way you're thinking? That other people will not go for their person, so they won't go for their own person. So if they are going for their person, you to go. That's why they've been accused, criticized.
Will only my person? Excuse me. Did we play the game well? Did we play the game well? Even in the look, do you know that a Bonny State governor was saying that his people will not vote for, even if people will disobey him and vote for P2B?
That is not.
Excuse me, let me say something. We have people in that place there in the east there that will still carry their vote. Most of all these are politicians. We will still help most of all this, like somebody like Umar. If he has the power to help Tinubu rig election in the east there, if he has the power to do it, he will do it. Is that not sellout?
My brother, you can't look at it that way because even Ayade of Cross River
is you, Jen Kane, that has sold the future of your children. So use your brain and play the politics. Nigerian politics is we need to. I'm not referring to ECBD. I'm talking to people. We use our brain and look at the way the system is.
He's talking to people on the comment section. John Kane is insulting him. All this.
We use our brain and play the politics. Don't come and use your emotions and play politics. Watch the way. This is why the Fulani has been using people's brain here. You will see. You see what they will do in this election. You part thinking in Nigeria, there is nothing like fair. There's nothing like free and fair. As long as Nigeria, everybody they collect bribe for Nigeria, from school, from everywhere. But we know they deceive us. Nigeria no feel be like Obodo Igbo. You don't feel be like Oibo man land. As it be. When they face reality, when they hear they talk, they speak English. They speak unnecessary English.
Wait, Blackbeard made a statement here, and which I agree with. I didn't agree with so many other things he said, and he said that the politics they will give you that value, or they will look at you as valuable based on how strong you are with your people. So if you come out here, the reason why we are shouting Fulani and all that, is it not because of how they've established themselves from home? Is it
CBD? Sorry, they did this thing. It was not. It was not today. It was not. Do you know how this P2B movement came about? He just come up for PDP, enter another party. Now the Igbo people say because now our person we want change. May they forget this thing where they talk.
My brother, calm down.
May they forget this thing where they
You're
talk.
asking me. You're asking me. You're asking me.
There's something.
The thing
There's
they vex
something.
me.
No,
you?
It's the passion now. But there's some. I'm not sure if you missed out on the hypocrisy somewhat in CBD. You come here to say Peter Obi has crossover appeal. That all the Yorubas and a lot of the.
This one is saying for. I'm not frustrated. It's the way people are behaving. People are blind. We are educated people, but we don't follow these people in an educated way.
If you calm down, you realize you're the one that is not being reasonable.
Look. Hold on, CBD. If Solomon supports Atiku, but you claim that Yorubas support Peter Obi, so what entitles him not to support Atiku? But you want what are you doing now?
One man, don't confuse the point. Wait. Wait. You people should let someone talk.
Nigeria is corrupt.
Engineer, do you know that's the word I gave
the whole thing begins from home.
That word alone gave sorry.
Wait now. You start from home.
I'm not interjecting. I don't say sorry. I'm not interjecting.
Okay. You start from home and you cross over. Will you start from? Will you ask from you a man from Igbo land? Wait now. Wait. Let me finish. You will interject. Will you go? Will you as an Igbo man go and start from Yoruba land before you come to the east? So I said it clearly that Peter Obi, I asked Black League the same thing and he confirmed it because we like listening to Black League. So he also said the same thing. Peter Obi, it is clear that the man is trans. He's not just somebody that's been championed by the Igbos alone. It's by the youth space and every other person that wants to see that change or whatever.
But why can't the Igbos champion somebody else too? If you're saying
what I'm saying is that you cannot say that this man, if Peter Obi is not accepted in the East, or if the Igbos are not coming out for him, so you expect other people to come and now champion him ahead of the Igbos. Why are we asking for the impossible for Peter Obi?
But you're
is that
saying,
the same thing that is happening with
No, hold on. Listen to what you just said. You are saying Peter Obi has crossover appeal, and a lot of people, you mentioned Red Macaroni, etc., who are not Southeastern names. But now Solomon, his politics, his views align more with the article's politics. And you're saying why is he not in-house on the Peter Obi train?
No. Did you hear me ask Solomon why he's supporting Peter Obi? Atiku. You definitely support. We have all these people like that are everywhere in the world. Even Sabo. I did not say Sabo. I did not say Sabo. I did not say Sabo. But people like that are everywhere in the world. People will always support.
Mr. Woman, let me tell you something.
Wait now. Even that Doyin Okupe right now that is by the side of Peter Obi, is he not a Yoruba man? Several other Yoruba people that have come out that have said that give this thing to an Igbo man. Are they not Yorubas? So let us think carefully. You can support who you want to support, my brother.
Sorry to cut you short.
Champion Kwakwanso, there's no problem. But please do not come and try to do
CBD, let me tell you something. There's something I want to say to you. Tinubu now, Atiku. Let me just take Tinubu for instance. Before he as in, like, we're not saying, okay, let's take it back. Like, for instance, now as this is a regional thing. Before he got to this place he is now, he has already started this movement. From some years back, started in
1999. Tinubu started his journey to Rock in 1999.
I want to ask him one question. Which person in the Southeast now will say can come out? Look at the way other people were saying during the day of convention for APC. When Fayose, apart from that South man that stood down for him, when Fayose said he will leave it for his father, that this one that he wants his father to come up. Which man in the Southeast can come out and and people would for in the southeast they will step down for him. Who is the person there? What I'm trying to let you, what I'm saying is that we need to go and play our arrange which Rochas. Which Rochas? We need to go. We need to go back to the.
Now you ask question and you're answering. You don't even want me to.
No, it's a rhetorical question. Let him land his point.
I'm trying to make you understand something. Wait. What I'm trying to say is that this one you're saying now that we need to that Igbo people will need to stand with P2B before that tribes. Which this is something we're supposed to have done since P2B is not. It's just because he's a person that has summoned courage and say no that he want to come out and do this. That's why people are not backing him. But normally, he cannot call out.
Even engineer cannot support you people in this position because you guys are the same ones screaming here that Igbos are not pushing their own. So
in support of Solomon.
So now they are pushing Peter Obi overwhelmingly, and now it's also a problem now. That why are you pushing your own? What do you people want?
They are backing Atiku now.
Can I chip in, please?
Backing Atiku now.
Let us go back and arrange ourselves. Let us arrange ourselves in the East politically. It is not about only money. Let us start arranging ourselves.
Sorry, Solomon. In CBD, he's already explained it to you. And thank you, Solomon, because I've said this certain times. That's the journey. You are just now headed in the direction of the journey, and you can then fast forward. Kanoko, you want to use Kanoko to land?
Leave them. Let them be making noise.
You people are not serious, honestly.
Can I chip in something, please?
You know the Naija, you the reason based on you I'm not sure say you know this Naija well. If you know this country Nigeria well, sometimes the way people they talk, if you understand the way Nigeria be, you not going to talk like that.
Can I chip
We
in
understand,
something?
we understand. And the only way you can make yourself relevant, you have to start from the inside going out. And that is what.
Why did it start from inside? Is it this one? He just came out how many days to start bringing out your candidates?
Thank you.
How many days? Is that one inside? Let us not be talking this thing.
If you're saying that Peter Obi has not gotten there, wherever you're saying Tinubu has
he's claiming he's vexing that he left PDP. Wait, let me say something. In 2019, PDP brought him as vice president. They're no lobby. Let
me give my closing remark. I want to go drop my daughter at salon just to make her hair.
Hold on, sorry. Finger crossed. You are the stupid Igbo person. Igbo people, use your brain and stop being like that.
Hold on, no, settle down. Don't. Sorry, Solomon. I must caution you. You have to not be.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
No. I know. It's the emotions of it. But let World Peace let him have his closing remarks because I think it's on daddy duties. So,
yes. Sorry, everybody. I'm carrying my son, and I have to take my wife and my daughter to hair salon to fix. African hair now. You have to look for a special salon to fix their hair. So I will go in a minute.
You have it in Japan. You have
yeah. We have very expensive from £200. You're about to do a hair. And I will do for 2 children or three of them. So it's big money. Anyway,
better learn how to do it, huh?
My wife is trying, but my pocket is trying more. try doing more of that job. My wife have to pay for my pocket. Anyway, quick one. I heard what people were saying. What people have said. Sibyl was right 80%. Solomon is right 100%. This is my own closing remark. One man said something about Tinubu. Peak is it decision strategically or strategically? So for me, I would say if it was a decision, he would take a Christian Muslim. If it's strategically, he would take a Northeast Muslim because they have not got Northeast have not got the presidential position since creation of this constitution. So, but if it's desperation, he would take people from the Kaaba to make that position up, And if he do that, he will open a new space for the Northerners. Let's not forget, when it comes back to the North turn to rule again, they will take North not a Muslim ticket, and we cannot say anything about it. If Tinubu should go this way and force it through and take a Muslim for his own selfish interest, which is selfish interest, personal interest first, it will create this new space. And you know, anything we do in this country, the Northern Fed allow us to lead. Started so they take a lead. If Tinubu do it and he got scot-free with it, the next election it will be not a Muslim ticket or Christian ticket. Everything will change. That's how I see that. That of Peter Obi, I told you one man, like, people supposed to be paying me here sometimes. I said if Peter Obi can win Ekiti, can win a councillor or chairman, I know he's ready for the presidency. What happened Ekiti? Nothing, zero. And this is the person who are saying is going to become the president. Sure, he's going to have a voter, new voters, but with those one count, it won't count. Everybody's registering your vote in Lagos, in Abuja, in Sokoto, I mean the South people. But none of them is really coming back home to the grassroots to register in the grassroots. But when it comes to the northern people, they go back to their region to register their vote. And that it counts there. It's good. This should give us hope that there's still hope. But it's not going to win. The earlier we realize it, the better for us to start planning for plan B to move that space on. Not like I hate Peter Obi or hate the Labour Party, but I hate the way people are making it like illusion, like a mirage, like it must happen. It's not going to happen. The presidency is not going to happen from him. And as Solomon said, the Igbos will never vote Yoruba or vote a Fulani, but the same Fulani people are calling Fulani. That is going there by next week to go get a VP from. Is the earlier we start playing the kind of politics that will get us what we want, the better for us. Mostly we in the south.
Exactly.
So, Atiku zone for Peter B taking vote from Atiku. For Peter B taking vote from Atiku.
Is this a closing remark or this is?
I finished. This is my last. This is my last.
Yeah.
This is just the last. I'm finished. So. For that, Obi taking votes from Atiku, yeah, it's true. I said not the Northerners vote in one voice. If not, Obi will take vote from Tinubu and take vote from Atiku, and that will put Atiku and Tinubu in a serious problem. That's how I see it. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ajali Koko, Black League, CBD, and the rest. I'm out. Peace.
All right, thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. As you go and suffer the beating that your wallet is about to take. So World Peace is taking women to hairdressers. I learned that from the age of 17. If a woman is going to the hairdressers, just make sure you have a headache or some reason or the other. Pretend like you're on the phone to your mother and she needs you. Don't go with the woman to a hairdresser. Or, you know, you will cry on the way back. But there it is. But daddy duties. So hold on, engineer. I want to acknowledge this comment by Play Summer, who commented this earlier to correct something that we said that he feels is not factually true. So he says, one man, if Lawan decomes, he will remain Senate president. Both parties voted him as Senate president. Saraki did the same and he remained Senate president. So he, in the course of that conversation, made that comment, which I saved to one side. So yeah, engineer, to you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. My brother in CBD, you said we're not supporting in-house. I could remember some time ago here, I said this thing on this platform, which I will still verify it. I said it's time for Igbos to become vice president. And we have this discussion, I think, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, because which one man clearly said, where are the Yorubas going to be? And I said it that the Igbos, they have tried, and the opportunity the Peter Obi had, which he missed it, is with Atiku. Assuming he is still in PDP, I believe vice president will be a position whereby he will suit him, and that's how he can build himself. And before you knew it, after 8 years, he can go for it. Because if you look, this is part of what Atiku went through. So sometimes we always pinpoint one direction, something we need to try our best to find a solution to our problem. The only problem that we are having now in Nigeria is just the religion and the tribalism. That's the basic things that is affecting us. And something that we also need to remember again, we have our own brother there in the prison, which everyone has forgotten him completely. You understand? And people are championing Peter Obi. Fair enough, that's good. But we should also remember in-house the almighty Nnamdi Kanu that is there in the prison. We don't know what is happening to him. Nobody is even checking on him. Nobody is even discussing anything about him. So those are the things that we shouldn't allow
It's been used and dumped now. It's been used and dumped.
We shouldn't allow social media to just deviate our mindset, our brain to something else, because the reality starts from Nnamdi Kanu. He opened the youth eye, and now Peter Obi is championing things. But something we need to know: he generates his own success from PDP. So regardless of anything, we should be giving PDP that credit. If Peter Obi wants to go ahead and do whatever he wants to do, that's fine. We wish him good luck and all the best. But when it comes to reality 2023, we can know that, yes, we know that, yes, everything is just between APC and PDP. So please, let's just try to understand ourselves and make things work for good. Because I must be honest, if we keep doing this, we are not giving that good narrative of ourselves, and we'll end up bringing enmity into ourselves, and we end up arguing. So all those things it's not going to help us. But we just need to make sure that we vote the right person and we do the right things. Because I must be honest, this platform is something that is building us and is uniting every Nigerians. And sometimes when I see people saying, "Oh, it's a banana country," all this and all that, I look at it and laugh, because some people are privileged to go to abroad and settle down there, and they forget their own in-house lifestyle. So if they end up saying, "Oh, Nigeria is a banana," or this and that republic, fair enough. But they should remember their great-grandparents, they come from there. So sometimes when you're pointing fingers, remember the other fingers are pointing back at you. So we should be mindful of some kind of foul language that we use about against that country. I must be honest, because things like this, it's not teaching people of this world who we are. Rather, we are making things hard for ourselves. We are not uniting ourselves. You understand? So let's just do our best and to see that things work for good in that country. If Nigeria is fixed today, I'm telling you, we all will go back. That's just the truth, and that's the basic truth. Both the people abroad saying, "Oh, it's banana this and this." If Nigeria is good today, they will go back. You understand? So I must be honest, one man. Let's just try to understand ourselves and make things work for good. And if we start doing things like this, God will surely help us and guide us and put us through. We should also remember Nigerians abroad, Nigerians everywhere. We are the champion of this world. Wherever we go, they know us. We communicate. We are kind of like we've been well trained and well brought up. It's just maybe one or two of us that maybe will mislead their way. But anywhere Nigerians go in this world, people always look at them and respect them and say things about that country. So let's just help ourselves and make things work for good. Please and please. That's the only thing I'm just pleading with everyone here.
All right, thank you, Engineer. Well said. So that kicks off the closing remarks, of course. So from Engineer, we go on to Baba Akure, who I'm pretty certain has already gone. Baba Akure, I'm sure you're not there. No, I didn't imagine it was. So thank you, Baba Akure. We didn't get to hear from you today, but that's how it goes sometimes. And thank you, Engineer. From you, Engineer, let me go on to Baba T as we start to sweep up the closing remarks. So Baba T, to you.
All right. Great session today. I was just following up on that story about the debt. Just to add, Nigeria's current debt is about 40% of our GDP. right now. So about more than 1/3 of our debt is also of our GDP. So if that's not concerning to anybody, I don't know what it is. That is terrible. But I also want to add that the nerve engine, the nerve or the engine for economic growth in any society over the past 300 years has always been the chemical industry and the steel industry. And it's just so mind-boggling to me that we have that with the Kogi industry. What's it called? Ajakuta there that can be producing steel cheaper rate that can develop that country, and it's just abandoned there, and we're not discussing manufacturing. We're discussing APC, PDB, and it's okay that we're discussing that, but we're not discussing the very thing that we do in that country. Nobody is campaigning on manufacturing in Nigeria right now. We're discussing irrelevant topics, and it's frustrating to me to just sometimes. It's very nauseating. I'm sorry to say, it's very nauseating to me. So, but that's just the Nigeria that we have, and we have to deal with that. But manufacturing, transportation, security, power, you get those things right, and security, you get those 5 things right. That's the economic boom right there. And I'm yet to see anybody discuss those key issues. I'm sorry. I just come and listen sometimes. It's frustrating to me. And we have these things in Nigeria right now, and we also have the brains to control the brains and the people to man these things. They are right there. Nigeria is not Haiti, for God's sake. We are poor by choice. We are fucking poor by choice, for God's sake. And it's frustrating that we come here, we discuss different issues, and we don't focus on the main issue: manufacturing, steel industry. Any country that has gone in the east of the world has an independent steel industry, chemical industry. They are the shortest. Okay, just have a good night, guys.
All right. Thank you, Babati. We all share your frustration. Everything is Nigeria is one of the biggest mysteries known to man, if not the biggest mystery known to man. Madam Ngozi is the lead of World Bank. Akinwumi Adesina is the lead of African Bank. One of the key advisors to Joe Biden, in fact, about 3 or 4 Nigerian, some of them female in their late 20s, early 30s. NASA, there's about 3-4 Igbo people there. One of the lead attorney generals in Canada, an Igbo man. On and on and on. You all know the list. So it's not that we don't have the talent. We have resources in abundance.
I'm
So why
sorry,
does the talent not marry the resources?
I just my father, like when I was very young, he used to take me around all these industries, right? Because he was into that. So I knew what the way Nigeria was going in the 80s, because he was showing me everything. I mean, every weekend people came from Germany, from China. I mean, I was in China at the age of 7 years old, meeting people that were coming to Songkota to talk about Nigeria being the next thing. The next big thing was Nigeria. We had that plan over. It was there. So why is nobody discussing these things?
You know the economic policy of BUHARI. He told us that he wants to establish grazing reserves in all local government areas, as the colonials had it. So they should go and dig up the archives, so that Fulanis globally, they can traverse the African plain, running around cattle and raping women. This is his own economic policy.
Ajakuta still is the 6th biggest in the world. The one in Kogi is the 6th biggest in the world. The one in China is doing $1.7 trillion. That's their what? So the one in Kogi is about at least close to $1 trillion in value. Do you know what that will do to the country if you have cheap steel?
You know, there's a mixed race lady from that place, Natasha Apate, I think her name is.
Right.
She was speaking this tone that you are speaking now. You know, they went to shoot up her house, and they beat her up. You know.
But do you know that how that country will grow if you have cheap steel instead of importing it from China?
Babati, we have cheap steel, like you said, the finest quality in some of the world. We have gas reserves. in the top 5 most gas reserves.
Bitumen is in the boat. They over there. Is it just there?
We have gold in Zamfara. What more do you want?
So why we say so when you have people running for office, they should be speaking to this kind of.
Or you have a president called Buhari, so that's
when you speak about growth, like what man would say, like just speaking about those typical talking point that we don't mean anything. Both those big issues. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear manufacturing.
Do you want to hear why it's not working? Let me give you an idea. Do you want to hear which is the truth? There are people that are actually in this country that doesn't want it to work. They are behind the scenes. And Nigerians do not know this.
Do you know why?
The truth. It is the truth. They will
and
not
our
let it
constitution
work.
too.
Hold on.
Will not.
Yeah.
Our constitution the system plays a big
because
part.
it has tied everything down to zero it down to.
It still wraps up in what Ifeanyi is saying, but what I want to know is why he thinks these people don't want those things to work.
Because some of this, let me tell you, even the refinery was actually working. They just shut it down so that they can have their own refineries, take out the oil, refine it, come back, pay themselves for refining, bring it back and sell to us. It's just corruption. It is our leaders that are making this thing not work.
You know, I think it's deeper than that.
It's not just our leaders in the south.
No, wait. I'm not talking about I mean in general, it's deeper than that. But I don't want to go into some certain things. I don't want to call names. I don't want to make some stuff. But the truth is there are people that don't want Nigeria to work.
Yeah,
because
I know.
Making money from Nigeria not working.
Yes, they are making money from Nigeria not working. But what I wanted to add on to, and I agree, of course, with both. That's why I was trying to explore your thoughts on that. Why I think they don't want Nigeria to work is because they are making money off it. But if Nigeria works, their influence it wanes. So this is the same narrative in the north.
Yeah.
They keep their people perpetually on the ground because imagine a north that is as educated as the south. All of those people that have influence over them, they become redundant just like that.
It's the same thing.
They're able to think independently, and this is the problem.
To a greater point on what you're saying, I mean, an extensive point. It's the same thing that they are doing in Congo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Congo is supposed to be the richest country in the world. That's the only country
than Nigeria.
That's the only country that can beat Nigeria in resources in Africa.
You know that the silicon that they use for the phone, 97% of it comes from Congo. Globally, 97% of it from Congo. Why is that country not who doesn't have a phone on this planet? Why is that country not the richest in the world?
Do you know why? Do you know why one man?
I know why. That's a rhetorical
question. The resources they take from Africa, they take it dead poor cheap and make their own life in the West better for people to come. So if we increase the prices, if the thing benefits Africans, the standard of living in Europe and in the West will be so high. Yes, then people now have to come back to Africa. So it's a big problem.
And Ivory Coast, they said no longer will we give you the cocoa directly anymore. You buy the cocoa in our country, but you have to set up the industry in Ghana here or Ivory Coast here, where you will now employ people instead of taking it for cheap over to Europe. That's what I mean by economic. But let me just round up real quick. Transportation, security, manufacturing, and power. We already have the brains to go. Those are the things I want to be hearing, not just here alone, but from candidates, because I grew up with a father that had multiple businesses and had friends all over the world. And trust me, woman, when I tell you, those people, I'm still friends with their kids up to today. They talk about Nigeria, they almost weep. Do you know the Drucker industry? Drucker in Germany. It was one of my dad's mentor. That guy was in his mind. We were supposed to be the next big thing in the world. But what happened to us? So let's bring that back, please. That's the piece I want to hear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So that space that Babati just signed off on, we were meant to be the best in the world. He asked what happened. it was actually Babangida that happened, because it was that space when Nigeria was just ready to propel and become a lot of the people were expecting Nigeria to be the next thing to come through ahead of the Asian tiger economies and all of these people, because they saw the brain and they saw the resources and they see an easy marry of it. But it was Babangida that happened, and like the country has still not recovered from the Babangida era, and there's a possibility it never will. But we're continuing with the closing remarks, and we want to wrap it through it. If any, just in a few words, passing words.
Yeah. For me, really speaking, looking at what Babati said, the truth is, we need to be seriously united to fight this issue and resolve Nigeria and get Nigeria back on track. We need to have one common voice, have one common agenda, and have one common goal to fight out these bad forces behind the scene and take back our country. That is my own motive. I don't care whoever the person is, whichever tribe you're from or religion, but just come and do the work. That is just what I stand for as a person. And the truth of the matter is, we as Nigerians need to look at that fact and stop all this tribalism and all this stuff. That is my own take on this. I just pray one day we realize this and we keep aside all our differences and all these things and take away all these people and move forward. Because yes, they might say Peter B is the right person. Everybody might have their opinion. I don't fault that. But is it the right person at this current time? We are going through a situation where religion and all these things is affecting us. We need to calm down, unite. Then when we are united, we can solve all these security and all these small issues, and then we can move forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Well put. So FAE now joining us fairly regularly, and we are all the richer for it. So don't ever have any misapprehension that you are not valued here, Solomon. I was determined to leave 1 hour ago, but you held me back. Only you can do that, nobody else. So final words of you, Solomon.
Yeah, well, like what Babati said, myself, I'm a young guy, and I'm always thinking about how are we going to make this country better, and we need to start producing and not consuming. But one thing we need to know, Peter B is a good man, is a man that can handle that position. But the way he wants to come and assume that office, to me, I feel it's not something that we read. And for instance, now this our problem concerns. It still boils down to our people that colonized us, their agenda towards us, especially to the whole Africa as a whole. They don't want these people to just be independent, to like in everything, no aspects. So we now. They said when colonizing Africa, they said they will give the dullest the power to rule over the brightest. If you check the way Nigeria is now, the South are the brightest people in the country. If assuming it's not just to come out and be saying only P2, if the South, we need to forget about we've already been together, we've merged together, but let us be reasoning deep and not just be reasoning because of what we see. Let us reason deep and go back to how it was, what led to this thing. And we now have to, if the South can even come together with the Middle Belt and take over, that is how I feel we can take power, because it's power, like it is once you have the sovereignty, that is where we can start making these changes. If the South come together, it's not them Tinubu go to your house to the north direct. This one go to the south. No, it's when we as the South we come together one. I have an alliance with the Middle Belt. We take over this, but we will take over the power. That one is a must. But when there is divide and rule system in the system, it is not possible for us to take over power and start putting effective measures or procedures to start bringing up these developments we need. So that is just my own. I love every person, but I will always stand by the truth. What I believe that is the truth. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So that's Solomon. So in CBD, Solomon said he loves every Igbo person, but he will always stand by the truth. But in CBD, we know you love every Igbo person, but would you equally always stand by the truth? In CBD, your final words.
Yeah, thank you. Another wonderful, impactful, and I don't know how to put it, but a very interesting session. But you see, I don't want to just talk about Solomon that much, but I think generally I would just say that you can't be saying that the whatever people say they will make the dull people to rule over the smart people, and when people are pushing for the smart people to be in position of power, you're coming to make excuses. And I think what we have, like Daddy Free said in one of his broadcasts, what we have, what a lot of people have right now in Nigeria is the, you know, the the embrace illusion. And in Nigeria, just that people just need some kind of people now have accepted what they have, and they just want to hold on to that false, even though they know it's not good for them, but it's just a mental problem that a lot of people have. To be honest, mental illness does not mean you must be schizophrenic or something, but it's just some kind of mental issue that we are dealing with as a whole nation. We need to liberate ourselves, like Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. So what I feel is that all these things we are talking, production, manufacturing, and all that, is it not what someone like he's not the only one saying it, but at least it's the one that has been saying it the loudest, Peter Obi. Whether you like Peter Obi or not, just the movement and the talking points is already making this government and all these people to be a little bit more sensitive to the plight of the people. Just that effect alone. All of a sudden now they are promising, they are even assuring that they will bring 5,000 megawatts by the, I don't know, July, because Peter Obi is hammering on not just him, but he's the one with the loud that has been, let's say he has the loudest voice in that they will bring 5,000 megawatt by July or whatever. Then all of a sudden they want to distribute, is it $800 million to youths for whatever business, loans or whatever. So the effect, this is the thing. So whether you agree with the man or not, even look at when they are campaigning for their whatever primaries. All of them, all of a sudden, start talking about production. Where did they get it from? So this is the thing. Don't just start analyzing and looking at everything from a sentimental and whatever perspective. Look at it from from the angle of what is good for the nation. These people have seen, just this movement alone, they have seen how passionate and how angry and how hot the youths or the masses are. They are now trying to act a little bit more sensitive to the plights of the people. So whether you like the man or not, or whether you don't like him, it is clear that this is the way to go. And for some of our people that are saying that there's no election, they want their own nation, all that. Don't forget. Sorry,
Check the private chat. Yeah, check the private chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. So let me just be fast. That's the last point I'll make. So don't forget that even when you have your own nation, you still need to deal with these forces that a lot of them are responsible for what we are facing. You still need to deal with it. You can't say you have maybe your own Yoruba nation now or Biafra nation, whatever, and you will be totally disconnected from every other part of the world. So we need to understand that we can do something and just put our heads together and take this thing once and for all. So that's it.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So let me actually let me just round off. Joseph, again, I wanted to come on, but I think I've just run about. Ajanle Koko has left, so there it is. Okay, so let me bring Joseph on then to have the final word. So Joseph, it's only really a 2 minute slot thereabout because I wanted to leave an hour ago. You have to blame Solomon for still holding us here. But Joseph, if you click on it quickly, then you can have Ajanle Tokoko's traditional space of the final word. So Joseph, we are with you. But in CBD, thank you for all that. So whilst we're waiting for Joseph, if you have not already clicked on the like button, then please do. If you are not already subscribed to the platform, please do that as well. So click on like and subscribe. We do this every day. So tomorrow again, 9. Well, we started off around about 1:30 UK time. So we have a short 2-hour session at 1:30 UK time. And then we have a second session, 9:35 UK time, which is usually a longer session, which is this slot that we are rounding off now. So that's usually how it works. It's every single day, regular as clockwork, and the conversation always to this level or sometimes even higher if that is possible. So if this is your preference, if this is what you're looking for, then this is where you find it. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section over here. I say peace.